Okay, guys, we are live. So for those listening at home, welcome to the Dungeon Musings YouTube channel. My name is Kevin Madison, and I will be your friendly game master, I guess, today, because today we are playing the final session of the Spires of Paridar for 2021. We're playing Paizo Publishing's very cool Pathfinder 2nd edition with an adventure set in my custom world of Paridar, the cold punk city of intrigue, occult societies, mystery, and murder. And with me today for an adventure that I'm calling The Debts of the Deep Dark Sea are the stars of this session. I'll go the order I've got you guys on the screen here. Why don't you tell us who you are and who you're playing today. First up, we've got James.
Yeah, hi, I'm Sally Dumer, an aquatic young lady who's was fished out from the sea a few years ago. I was briefly a very popular on the social scene, but after a while, her entertainment value faded, and she's since then been working in a detective agency, trying to make ends meet.
Nice. And next up is Ingolf.
Yeah, hi, I'm Ingolf. I'm playing Basil Rathbone, who is he calls himself Isoki, but other people call him Ratfolk. And yeah, he's a detective, very clever and keen on deducing stuff. And yeah, let's see what this adventure will bring.
Nice. And last but certainly not least is Mo.
Hi, I'm Morris. I'm playing Lady Lillian Aurelius, who is a rich aristocrat who is considered somewhat questionable background, and she is actually I suppose you call her a professional investigator, somewhat in the vein of possibly and I have totally forgotten the actual character, so Dorothy L. Sayers, Lord Whimsy.
There you go. So this is class-wise. Lillian is a magus, and her heritage is changeling, because she has, as we'll learn, a mother from an unusual background. Most the first time you were walking the soot and snow-filled streets of Paridar, so let's quickly give you. And for those who may be joining us who are the first time in Paridar, so Paridar is. You can think of it as the extremes that fiction sort of go to when they're depicting Victorian London. It is, filled with economic disparity, with industry, with cultic societies. There are, dangerous and cramped warehouses. There are opulent nobles who have brought back, riches from all across the world to enjoy themselves. The fog-filled streets. The setting and the adventures we've been playing are drawing inspiration from things like Ravenloft and the Bloodborne video game and Dishonored and Carnival Row and all sorts of dark, Victorian fantasy. Eberron as well, too. Anything that exists in D&D sort of exists in Paridar in one form or another. There is also a distinctive technology base here, too. You might recognize it as something similar that would be found in steampunk sources as well, but I prefer to think of this as a coal punk setting, because we're not really concerned with the developments and the positive impact of technology on the aristocrats. We're interested in the lives of the lowlies, of the lower class, the working class, and those who find themselves on the outside of Paridar's stratified and calcified social structure. We also in Paridar, I've mentioned to the other guys that custom and tradition is greatly valued, but history is largely forgotten. For some reason, there's not really much that is dwelled on or focused on in the particulars of history. There's also, while there is a wider world as evidenced by the multicultural nature of Paridar and the various treasures and whatnot that occupy the rich homes and the museums in Paridar. There really isn't a tendency for anyone living in Paridar to go anywhere else. There is a rich naval tradition, but it's not really clear where those people go if you think about it too hard. But no one really thinks about things too hard in Paridar because you have the immediate necessities of life to deal with, whatever stratus of society you come from, or stratum, I suppose. The story that we are playing, as I said, is called Debts of the Deep Dark Sea, and our session will open on the streets outside of Shadow Illuminations. So this, guys, is the look. We see that the streets are filled with snow once again. We can see a variety of individuals making their way back and forth on the streets. There are large ogre porters. There are people with dressed up in a lot of finery and rich furs who are making their way likely towards some kind of holiday party for Yule time. And there is a making her way through the street, there is a woman who seems to be dressed fairly lightly for the season, and there oddly seems to be a bit of a light glow coming from within the darkened mantle that she has over her head. And James, why don't you tell us what we see as Sally is making her way, Sally Dumer is making her way down the streets towards the office of Shadow Illuminations.
So she sort of shimmies along. She's very silent. There's a little glint coming off the satin dark cloak that she wears. But from, as you say, from within that mantle, you can see a little glow of light blue as the phosphorescent spots on the skin gently move around. But she's almost silent as she slips along in the shadows of the street.
Nice. We see her turn in to one building, indistinguishable from any of the other, rows along there, apart from a lovely sign that says Shadow Illuminations on the outside, engraved. And within there is an office, front-facing office looking out on the street. And within that office, we see once again a small figure standing probably only about 3 feet tall, maybe a little bit taller, who is busy doing something. And Ingolf, why don't you tell us what we see when we see Basil, and what is Basil doing? Oh, you're muted, Ingolf.
So, I'm sorry, yeah. I think he has laid out a map of the town before him and is putting little markers all across it where the crimes that were solved in the last year happened. So he can do a statistics on which areas are dangerous for what reasons.
Nice.
And yeah.
So either sitting or standing in the room is one of your colleagues. This is maybe the room smells of mulled wine as you are sort of having a relaxing and enjoyable end of year assessment. And Mo, why don't you tell us what Lady Lillian is doing and what do we see?
I'm kind of assuming she's visiting, maybe.
She is both of you, Basil and Lady Lillian. You are here to meet with Sally Dumer because someone has requested a meeting, a quite urgent meeting as well, which is why only the three of you are able to meet.
Well, she's probably sitting by the fire, sipping some mulled wine, and maybe making small talk with Basil while we wait.
Okay.
Occasionally looking at the clock. Or in fact, probably she's got a more traditional sort of like not a wristwatch, but
like a pocket watch.
Pocket watch. Yeah.
Sure. So it unfurls and then closes, and you hear a knock at the door, And once again, it is Golag's manservant, the one who assists you all. Master Rathbone, Lady Aurelius, Ms. Dumer is here.
Yeah, so let her in, please.
So the door opens, and the manservant gestures for Ms. Dumer to head in and join her colleagues. The smell hits you of mulled wine. They have seems a small, pot of warmed, not pot, what do you call it? Oh gosh, I can't remember what you call the thing. It's like a coffee machine that you warm up, and it keeps it hot. I don't remember the name for the... I worked as a waiter for years, and I can't remember the name of the actual device, but it's basically like a picture of an elaborate silver canister that you can keep a heating thing underneath.
Yeah, it's like a stove or something.
It's sort of like a stove, but it's it's an actual coffee urn. It's basically like the low-tech version of a thermos.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, so that is burning away. And you walk in, Sally, and Basil, you're so glad she's here. And Lady Lillian, you can see that Sally is only minutes before the guest will arrive, or the potential client. Now, go ahead, guys. Samovar, thank you. That's what the word I'm looking for. Yep, Samovar. Guys, that's going to drive you nuts.
Just an observation. So, have you noticed that there were no crimes in Baker Street the whole year?
Shocking. So the reason that Sally is here, and the reason that you guys are having your meeting, is the person who has requested a meeting with you on a quite urgent basis. Her name is Eugenia Hunter. And the reason that name means something to you, Sally, is because Eugenia Hunter is the wife of Captain Caleb Hunter, the captain of the ship, the Harpy, that found you. Now, before you fell into into fashion with high society, the person who is likely the most responsible for helping you acclimatize to life in Paridar was Eugenia Hunter. And Mrs. Hunter was, I think, a very kind person to you. Captain Hunter, Caleb, was a very serious and hard man, as captains are often required to be in Paridar. But she seemed to be a pretty, the wives of sea captains kind of have to make do with, running the household and whatnot on their own while their husbands are away at sea for quite some time. Eugenia, unlike some of the, more, what will be the word I'm looking for? The more frivolous people that you met in the society parties of Paridar, she is someone who seems to have actually valued you and valued your, you fitting in, as it were, or finding a place for yourself, at least in Paridar. Do you think that you kept touch with her, or did you lose touch with her when you sort of got into your society friends and then life went on? Oh, you're muted now, James.
Using the manual mute. No, I think I kept in touch.
Okay. So it's...
I was aware of the superficiality of society here.
Yeah. Okay, so then allow me to show you what Mrs. Hunter, forgive me. Looks like. So here we go, guys. This is Eugenia Hunter. So I think she may have contacted you, and this was yesterday, and maybe it's Sally who actually put together this meeting of those who were available. Because what has happened, what she was concerned with is yesterday, Captain Hunter went missing. Now, you haven't seen Eugenia for probably, I guess, does Sally call her Mrs. Hunter, or do you call her Eugenia or Jeannie?
Oh, probably Mrs. Hunter.
Mrs. Hunter? So you have not seen Mrs. Hunter for at least a month. You know that Captain Hunter returned from his most recent voyage about a month ago, and you had not seen her. What she's told you is that he has been quite ill with a very unusual illness that he seemed stubbornly unwilling to go to a physician or to a church of the heavenly priest of the heavenly host about, and now he has gone missing. So she says she has more to discuss with you, and while Sally definitely is no dummy, I think that knowing that you have colleagues who specialize in solving these types of mysteries, perhaps that's where you suggested meeting with everyone else later today. So this probably finds us in the late afternoon. Lady Lillian and Basil, I mean, it sounds like you were doing your year of end assessment, and Lady Lillian, this just happened to find you between social engagements, and it strikes me that you are likely happy to cast off any of those responsibilities or requirements in order to, pursue a good mystery. So, Sally, you see that Basil and Lady Lillian have arrived as requested, and you expect that Mrs. Hunter should be here shortly.
Right. So I give them the lowdown on my history and my relationship with Mrs. Hunter. So, and then we wait, I guess.
Okay. Sally, do you wish for some mulled wine? Basil offers.
Oh, a nice glass of salted water would be delightful.
Okay. Almost at request, the manservant arrives with effectively like tea with a shit ton of salt in it. Lady Dumer, he offers. And then you hear the sound of the bell. And the manservant sets down the tray, closes your office door, and heads to the answer the door. You can hear him speaking to a woman, likely an older woman, from the sound of her voice. And then there is a sound of footsteps approaching the office, a knock at the door, and the manservant's words. Master Rathbone, Mrs. Hunter for you.
For me? I think for us, for all of us, I hope. Let her in, please.
The door opens up, and you see Mrs. Hunter waiting there. She is dressed like a... I think you would think of as the upper middle class. Her clothes are nice. They are fashionable, but two seasons out of fashion. It's not someone who is living opulently. It is someone who has wealth and is showing some of it, but there isn't the ostentatious flair that you see in some of the new moneyed. And she comes in and sees you and she says, my dear Sally, thank you. And she kind of makes her way over, embraces Sally, and turns and says, this is Mr. Rathbone and Lady Aurelius?
Yes.
Thank you.
Please sit yourself down.
I will. And the manservant offers mulled wine. She accepts and takes a seat. And let's get some dice rolling here, guys. Why don't you each give us a perception roll? Let's see what you can gather from her. And Mo, I think you're the one who's fresh this. Perception is in the bottom right, underneath the conditions on the first tab. There you go. Perfect. So you guys can all see that there is she's a little agitated. She's holding it back. When your husband makes his living out on the deep dark sea, you learn to live with uncertainty and overdue ships and so forth. So she's holding herself together quite well, but there is definitely an edge to her. So she sits down. She says, "Thank you to all of you for agreeing to meet with me. I am quite beside myself, and I don't know what to do. I'm sure that Sally has told you, but my husband is Captain Caleb Hunter. He is a successful sailor and fisherman, and at times whaler. When he returned from his most recent voyage, he seemed not quite himself. My Caleb was never a secretive man, quite open with what had happened, and that seemed different when he returned from his most recent voyage. He also... There was something he was keeping from me, and then 2 weeks ago, he took quite ill. His skin seemed sallow, clammy. He seemed to keep a fever. By this week, you could almost see through his skin. It was so ill. His eyes were rheumy, and he had an odor about him as well. The odor that you get down by the wharfs. He's also been... In the last week, he had met with his first mate, Lynn Keating. And Mr. Keating was not an unusual meeting, but he also had a quite secretive meeting with another man who I know that he dislikes. Another captain, Captain Axel Costigan. I know as well that he was meeting with, or had an appointment that he tried to hide from me, with a lady, Katarina Desmond. And you guys, that name actually might be known to some of you. You guys can make a society check for that, or Sally, you can make a Paridar lore check if you like. Oh, Basil, yeah. So, Lady Lillian, I think you're aware of the name. Sally, you got a 12. You could... you can roll Society or Paridar lore. I'm not sure which one is better for you.
No, they're the same.
Oh, the same? Okay. So, Basil, you most definitely are aware. So, allow me to show you an illustration of Lady Katarina Desmond. And you're aware of her. Lady Katarina is one of the more sociable. Lady Lillian, you know Lady Katarina as one of the more, colorful members of the sort of society circuit. She loves being seen and being around other people. She comes from old money, as you do. This is Katarina Desmond. Now, the thing that you know about Lady Katarina, Basil, is in addition to being a member of the kind of society circuit, Lady Katarina is also one of the most notorious art fences in all of Paridar. Lady Katarina, if you need to sell a work by an old master or some exquisite ancient sculpture, and you wish to not have the authorities know and not wish to pay the necessary taxes on it, Lady Katarina, or perhaps if it's something that is not suitable to be sold, Lady Katarina can arrange a transaction of that sort. You've never had any proof, of course. Neither have the Paridar Constabulary, but you have your finger on the pulse of the underworld, Basil. Mrs. Hunter has no idea who Lady Katerina is. She says she had a meeting with her and she doesn't know why. Our Caleb and I, we have been, the Heavenly Host has blessed us with wealth through our labors, but we don't run in such circles. I can't fathom what Caleb would want with that. And the reason I reached out to you, Sally, is I had a meeting with a most detestable man named Hobson Staff. And he is an investigator with the Paridar Customs and Tariffs Association. And he asked all sorts of horrible questions about Caleb. And forgive me, Caleb actually went missing 3 days ago. 3 days ago is when Caleb went missing. Yesterday is when Inspector Hobson's staff came. I'll put these names in chat for you guys as well, too, in a moment. And that's when she went missing. There were 2 other curious things in the last 3 days since he went missing as well. 3 days ago, he went missing. And then... Oh, sorry, guys. 10 days ago is when he went missing. 10 days ago, he went missing. 3 days ago, our house was burgled. Something came in, and I don't know what they took. But there was all sorts of... There was not a disarray left by it. The only thing there was a vicious, stinking substance that smelled of fish.
So, and I'm sorry, just no, I'm trying to follow you, Mrs. Hunter. So the custom investigator was at your house 1 day ago, so yesterday, or?
Yes.
Yes.
The event. So 10 days ago, Captain Hunter went missing.
Yeah. Yeah, okay.
3 days ago, there was a burglar who did not...
Yeah, and yesterday, yeah, okay. So, yeah.
And then 2 days ago, the... no, because what do you have to go on, Lillian? Lady Lillian?
Really just a description. Does it ring any bells?
No.
Okay.
No, not at all. 2 days ago, our house was burgled a second time. And this second time, the person, whoever did so, it was much more of a... I think they call it a smash and grab. My husband's study was left in quite a state of disarray, and many things were taken, including his log. I was putting it in chat here. Okay. So 10 days ago, Captain Hunter went missing. 3 days ago, there was the single burglar that left the vicious slime that smelled of fish. A day after that, our house was burgled a second time, but someone much more... much less careful. And there was no such slime as well. And the second time was when the log was taken. And then a day ago, this investigator from the Paridar Customs and Tariffs Office arrived. Let me give you some of the other names that we had here. So his first mate is Mr. Keating, Lynn Keating. There's Lady Katerina Desmond. and Captain Axel Costigan. That now, frankly, I don't know what to make of all of this. I was distraught enough with him missing, and Sally, I'm sorry that I did not contact you earlier. We were trying to figure out what to do, and then suddenly, over the last couple of days, things have just gone. I've tried reaching Mr. Keating, and he cannot be found. His wife claims that she does not know where he is. So, I just...
Okay, but the ships are all in port.
The Harpy is here. The Harpy was not set to set sail until the spring.
Yeah, and Keating's ship also.
Okay.
Okay.
Mr. Keating has served with Caleb for many, many years. A trusted and reliable man.
No, I'm sorry. Captain Costigan's ship also. So
Captain,
not that they...
you guys can actually... why don't you give us a society check as well, too? Paridar lore... I don't think underworld lore would apply here. But... look at that, Basil. And Lady Lillian. So you've heard of... Allow me to introduce you to Captain Costigan. Captain Costigan is a man who made his fortune as a... There you go. Oh, and let me... his name is Axel. Captain Costigan has retired now. But he is one of those bitter, old sea captains who has never shaken the love of bossing other people around. Not for nothing, captains of this era are often referred to as master, because their word on the ship is said as if it and has as much weight as the word of the heavenly host. What he says goes. He has been retired for several years, but the legend or the story you've heard, Lady Lillian, that he has trotted out at parties before, has been being marooned for 2 years. He survived 2 years in his younger years as a seaman before rescue. And this is in the hostile and wild dark seas far from the ports of Paridar.
Would I know if Captain Hunter either was involved in this, or did he rescue him, or was he involved in the stranding?
With a roll that good, you've never heard his name pass on the same. Yeah. Captain Hunter, it's as Mrs. Hunter says, Captain Hunter does not seem to have really run in the circles of aristocracy. He was a business and practical-minded man. He ran his ship, he made his money, and he was interested in making good for his family, as opposed to buying his way into society the way that Captain Costigan kind of has.
Mm-hmm. So, my dear Miss Hunter, did the investigator mention what he was looking for?
He did not, but he asked the most peculiar questions about my husband's last voyage. In particular, he wanted to know... I don't know what he was implying, but I certainly do not like it.
Yeah, okay. So, do you know about your husband's last voyage? Did he bring some trophies? Did he tell anything at all?
As... One of the reasons we did not wish to approach you, Sally, is that Caleb's last few voyages have not been as successful or as lucrative as we would have hoped. And no one likes to share, Mr. Hunter. He's not one to wish to share bad news and inflict it on others. It is partly why he kept his distance from you those last few years. He came back, though, and was, even before he was sick, there was something secretive he was doing, and I wish that I knew what it was. I know that it involves that Desmond woman. She's involved somehow. And I don't know what Costigan's game is in this. But I don't trust that one either. Blowhard and braggart. That's what Caleb used to say of him.
Do I know Lynn Keating? I'm guessing I do.
Yes. And Mr. Keating he would have been on the ship when you were there. Where are we here? Add handout. There we go. Yeah. There we go. Where is he? That is Mr. Keating.
Uh-huh.
With a parrot, yeah. Okay.
And a pistol.
Yeah.
Sometimes you need to keep folks in line. And
Mr. Keating is not messing. He's just.
Forgive me. I only turned to Mr. Keating when Caleb went missing. I contacted he and his wife. His wife and I are, I would not call us friends, but we are certainly acquainted. Mm-hmm. And her name is Zeta Keating.
Mm-hmm.
I asked Zeta whether Lynn had taken ill as Caleb had, and she said that he had been feeling somewhat poorly since their last return. And then when she and Lynn promised to keep an eye out for the captain and advise, once Caleb's study was burgled, I contacted them again, and Zeta said that Lynn was unavailable, and only when I pressed her, that is when she told me that she did not know where Lynn was. That was a day before I met that detestable Mr. Staff.
Mm-hmm.
She questioned, for these men, if they all did return with a sickness to them. This most recent voyage, they sailed with a doctor that they did not know from before. One of the peerage who had fallen on poor times and needed to make ends meet. His name was Dr. Virgil Moore.
Okay.
And I question if this doctor knew what he was doing and properly addressed some horrible tropical disease that they brought back.
Yes, everything sounds very serious, and we will have to investigate this, I suppose.
Is there anything else I can help with? I am happy to pay whatever fees are necessary. You have full access to my house and anything other assistance that I can offer. Though sadly the log was taken, so I cannot provide. Caleb was always quite careful when he when he kept track of both of his thoughts and his actions, both at sea and in home. And she looks at you, Sally, and kind of smiles and kind of says, he's such a sea dog, could not shake the habit. Oh, and she remembers, and she reaches into her purse and pulls out a piece of paper. And she says, in the week before he went missing, Sally, when he was ill, there was a word he kept speaking. And I thought you may know. The word meant nothing to me, but I wrote it down. And she pulls out this scrap of paper, and she reads out a word to you. And you are a little off-put at first because, for one, it's been a very, very long time since you have heard... Where's it here? Make sure I get the language correct here. Algolthu. Algolthu is it is a language, probably one of the most ancient languages anywhere on the planet. Something spoken only of... You recall that, while you don't recall much of your people, the conversational language is Aquan. Algolthu is sort of like a forbidden language of the gods. There is one word in Algolthu, and you're shocked to hear it because you haven't heard the language spoken aloud, certainly above land, I think, since you got here. And it's said with a pretty terrible accent, but you understand the meaning of the word. That word is vendetta. He spoke this again and again in his sleep when he was most afflicted by that illness.
Okay.
Does that mean anything to you, Sally?
I know the meaning, but it's a remarkable word and a remarkable language for Captain to have been speaking. It's most extraordinary.
You know for certain without having to make a roll. Like, there's no drylanders who would speak Algolthu. This is just not a language that is common, and not even common, like not even spoken, full stop. Aquan would be rare on land. Algolthu, unless it's part of some secret society or, ancient cult that has its depths or it has its roots in the benthic depths of the ocean. Lord knows how he would have learned that word. Then,
extraordinary, colleagues.
So, Mrs. Hunter, do you know if the ship was burgled as well? I assume it must have guards when it's laid up for the winter.
There is a crew that still maintains the ship through the winter and keeps an eye. I've not heard. No word has come, and word would have come to Caleb through the constabulary, through the crew, or through the insurance company underwriting the Harpy.
So I assume the constables have crashed and plodded all with their size 11 boots all over the house, so the evidence will have been ruined. I don't suppose someone thought to keep a sample of this goo?
Alas, no. I know there was someone who came with the constabulary. I did not think to ask who she was. A woman of elven heritage, though. She seemed to be a scientist of some kind. Mm-hmm. Whoever she was, the constabulary certainly listened to her. She kind of, gives a little bit of a smile and looks at Sally. She says, it made me like her a bit. Though I did not speak to her. And she certainly did not seem... She seemed focused on her business.
Would elves be considered upper class in this society?
It depends. There's races of all different sorts that can be found in all different strata. Yeah. But this woman definitely seemed... So one of the things that in Paridar, there isn't the division of there isn't the sort of inherent sexist or like whatever. The women are much more freer to work and hold jobs and whatever else, and not marry to their liking. So it's not unusual that she may be employed, but this is someone who definitely was working in a capacity. Basil, you don't need to make a roll for this, but they don't really, the forensic studies and forensic sciences in here, which largely is driven by an alchemical, growth in the alchemical industry here. It's not unusual especially for someone of means, to have forensics come in, but that's normally for crimes involving, murder or something more serious than that. Someone going missing, and particularly a burglary, it would be unusual for them to send forensics out unless it is someone of the catastrophic wealth class. They merit a prompt and attentive response from the constabulary. Captain Hunter was probably he did okay for himself, but he's not in that stratum. So it is unusual that there would be someone out there.
But is Lady Desmond?
If you describe who Lady Desmond is to her, she says, no, not that. Lady Desmond is not an elf either. She's
No. My question was, so is Lady Desmond in the class of people who, if she feels something was stolen from her, she could?
Oh yeah. She runs in the same circles as Lady Lillian's family. They are definitely from the aristocracy. They are old money and old names. It's part of the reason why Lady Desmond can likely get away with what she does, is because she's of the class that the constabulary listens to as opposed to enforces on.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, I see. So I don't know anything else to ask of her. So I look at my colleagues. So do you have any pressing questions?
I'll ask her. Did she, when your husband fell ill, you didn't catch whatever had happened, and presumably
no.
Did any of the servants fall ill?
Neither myself nor any of the servants grew ill. When Caleb began demonstrating symptoms, we took steps to quarantine, but he insisted that things were fine. He also refused being assessed by a physician or by the priest of the heavenly host. We are not overly devoted servants, but if there are blessings that might have restored his health, he would have pursued them, or I would have thought he would have. I don't know why he insisted on avoiding treatment. He claimed it was not as bad. He looked like death warmed over, but he did seem to have the same energy he always had. Yeah. He did not seem diminished in any way until he disappeared, which made his disappearance all the more confounding.
Yeah. So his body changed, but he could still interact normally.
Yes.
Okay.
Have any of your servants suddenly left service or disappeared in the last few days?
None, no.
I think we should just ask some questions to the people involved and named here.
I think seeing if we can get any notes from the constabulary might be useful. And I think maybe a visit to the ship, because... did your husband maybe keep 2 copies of? You said he was very organized. Might he have kept a copy on the ship as well as
I would have thought that I had known Caleb well enough to know what he would be doing and keeping. And I'm not aware of him keeping a second log, but Recent events suggest that Caleb may have had more dealings of than which I was aware. If he did keep another one, perhaps it was hidden in the house or on the Harpy.
That's my thought.
Yeah. So
You haven't heard anything of... you didn't hear of what happened to the Doctor after the last voyage?
I have not. Doctor, forgive me, Lady Lillian, but he runs in circles more appropriate to that, and Zeta shared my thought that this Doctor, this dandy, was the one who may have been responsible. If the men came back ill, then it was his responsibility.
Quite.
And if he was forced to take a position on a ship like Caleb's, there is a story behind that decision as well. I don't know what his types can cover up all sorts of things. So who knows what he did before he was taken on. Caleb only agreed to take him on because of the retirement of Mr. Isaacson. And you know him as the Doctor who you first met when he was the Doctor on the crew of the Harpy when you were taken.
So maybe we can ask Isaacson if he placed this new dude or not.
Mrs. Hunter can tell you she did not.
Okay.
Go ahead, Lady Lillian.
Well, Lillian thinks, he seems to be a somewhat dilettanting noble. Would I actually ever come across the name?
You can give us a...
Yeah, okay.
Let's answer that first. Why don't you give us a society check, please? What is your lore? I can't remember, Lady Lillian. Pretty fucking good, again. Oh, guys, we've been going at least a half an hour. Everybody gets a hero point.
Genealogy and hag lore.
Oh, you can give us a genealogy check as well, too, if you feel like. I think what you know is... okay. So, Dr. Moore comes from a family of physicians. He is... And a family of aristocrat physicians. You know, his father has a position on the... what do you call it? On the Collingwood University Medical School. On the board of the that college. But Virgil seems to have been a bit, shall we say, irresponsible with his stipend. This is a difficult time, you know, for the nobility of Paridar, because they're really having to earn their keep. You know, they can't just keep living off of their names. It seemed that Dr. Moore, the younger, Dr. Virgil, he may have been living beyond his means, and the family seems to have, you know, his wife would show up at society events with 3 seasons out of fashion clothing. They seem to have blown through all the money that was given to him. So if he took up a position on a ship, it may have been because he needed to make ends meet, which would have been a very different experience for Dr. Virgil Moore than what he had grown up in or what he had expected. That'll be what your genealogy lore guess. Your society roll too. His family of doctors, given the respect in the family, it may not surprise you to learn that during the war, they were also part of the 9th Medical Corps. And Basil is well aware of the actions of the 9th Medical Corps, or at least some of them during the war. Lady Lillian, the vampiric serum that was developed during there, which has resulted in the Dampier corpsmen, veterans, as well as the plague that currently afflicts the poor of Paridar, or some of them at least, with the injection of the vampire virus, that was developed by the 9th Medical Corps.
Yeah, it's very sad that Hannibal is out on date nights, so we have to cope without him.
So, Mrs. Hunter. Oh, you had a second question, Mo, too. What was your...
No, I was thinking, is the medical profession regulated? So would there be an AMA or a BMA? Would there be a register?
I mean, this is Victorian era, so not really. There is in theory, something like that, but, like, good luck. If you think
no,
doctors...
I was wondering if he'd been struck off naughtiness and had to take a position on a boat, a ship.
I mean, if he had lost his license to practice, then he would not have been able to practice, full stop. He's not done that. The whatever misdeeds that you've heard of, through gossip, those misdeeds are due to his financial irresponsibility, not necessarily medical. What I can tell from your roles, you haven't heard anything about any medical mishaps, no professional incompetence.
Yeah.
Well, thank you, Mrs. Hunter. I think maybe you've given us a lot of food for thought. I think maybe we need to investigate and maybe give you a report back in a day or so when we've had a chance to chat to a few people.
I would appreciate
if
that.
the mate contacts you, please let us know, and then we can talk to him as well.
And
is there a telegram sort of system here?
If you find, and there is actually a telephone system as well too. It's not widely shared in all of them, so there is like public call boxes. She then takes off a locket that is around her neck and hands it over, and she hands it to you, Sally. Within are pictures of Mrs. Hunter and of Captain Hunter. Mm-hmm. She says, "If you find him, please bring him home, Sally."
So I shall. He doesn't look well.
So she nods, finishes her, or leaves behind whatever is left of her mulled wine. She seems to have not touched it whatsoever. And then takes her leave of you. So you guys now have an opportunity to discuss what you wish to do next. Now, I'll give you one other bit of background that you would all be... I think Basil would know of this just because of his widespread knowledge of the city, and Sally, just because of your connection with Captain Hunter and the family. There is a place called the Mercantile Captains Club, which is kind of like a society... club for the men and women who are mercantile captains, whalers, fishermen, mercantile or merchant sailors, non-military sailors, in other words. Mm-hmm. That may have some information or some, you may learn some things. So, what do you make of this, guys?
So yeah, I mean, we can deduce something, I suppose.
Yeah, I'm kind of thinking that they found something or exposed to something on their last voyage. Obviously, does that mean are the other members of the crew, the sort of other ranks, affected? And also, the ship's doctor, I think, might be very interesting to talk to, because if they contacted or got whatever they got when they were on the ship, he may have some knowledge.
I highly doubt that he has been infected by something.
Well,
so because so if I understood the lady correctly, then he changed, but he was not. I mean, his appearance changed. Let me put it this way. But he was certain that he was not sick. So I might think that this is some otherworldly effect.
It could some magical effect rather than that. But there may have been some very early signs that were visible before it was very obvious when they came back.
So would Sally enlighten us to what he said and about the language he used that we don't know of?
Yeah, so I'll let you know all of that. A vendetta, I mean, my thought is the Doctor is somehow may be involved in causing the issue rather than just being an observer. Given the track record of his unit.
I'm more thinking in terms of a curse. I think they found something, and so the captain fell victim to some kind of curse. Because if I understand correctly, that language he used is a language that no ordinary human would ever know.
It's true. It's correct. I've never heard it spoken outside the ocean.
Well,
I've rarely heard inside the ocean.
Yeah. Or do you perhaps even suppose that finding you was no chance, but maybe he was looking for something at that time already? We don't know.
Sally, you can give us
I don't think so.
Perception check. That is definitely not the impression that you've ever had from him. He's also not taken a specific interest in you. You always took it to be happenstance that you found his ship. Yeah, and that's definitely not... Captain Hunter could be accused of many things, including an iron will that is exercised over his crew members. But he was not a schemer like that. He was a man who knew the place he occupied, I guess, in society, or his place in life, or his lot in life, and was satisfied with that. At least that was the man you knew, Sally. You're fully confident of that.
So maybe they found something. So the only thing that I find interesting is, or that I find especially interesting, let me put it this way, is that he met the other captain he didn't like before his voyage. So, if I understood you correctly.
No, after. He
only
met with Captain Costigan within a week before he disappeared.
I thought they met even before he went on the voyage. Okay,
no,
so after that. Okay.
Mrs.
So
Hunter believed that Caleb had always, or Captain Hunter had always referred to Captain Costigan as kind of a, puffed up idiot.
So, but he met with Lady Desmond before. That was.
No, he met with Lady Desmond after he met back, and she did not. He tried to keep that from her. He did not keep the meeting with Captain Costigan. So, the meeting with Lady Desmond and the meeting with Captain Costigan were both after he returned from this most recent voyage. Okay.
Yeah, I got that he met them after the voyage, but I suppose that he met one of them before the voyage even. So no, okay, then this was just...
she's not aware of that. You may find that in investigation, but she's not aware of them.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, maybe I misheard. Okay, so, sorry. Yeah, then let's go on and talk to other people, I suppose. Or...
Well, if it is an exposure, like they went to some place and dug something up, it's unlikely that only the captain and the first mate were exposed, unless they did this on the quiet. You'd have expected maybe they'd have got some of the crew to help with that. And they may be having the effect, so yeah.
The ship has a crew of around 30, usually. So that's a lot of people who potentially could be exposed.
So I was thinking, but the question is, what do we want to investigate first? I could see we could go and talk to the constables and this scientist, see what they found, as much as that's worth, or maybe we investigate the ship. Because I suspect if there is something they're doing off the books, there may well be a second log.
Now, Basil, we introduced in our last adventure some of your contacts. You can feel free to draw on those as resources again, including
I could.
Captain Odie Winters of the Paridar Constabulary, and Annabelle Carrington, a reporter with the Paridar Globe.
Yeah. If you say constables, Mo, then you mean the investigator from the customs office, yes? Or
so you guys would know
constable?
Customs office is actually separate from the constabulary.
Yeah. I know that, but I was just wanting to know what Mo was.
I think this is the police that investigated the burglaries. The one with the scientist, which is separate to the customs
The constabulary
person.
was only called after the second burglary.
Yeah.
The first one, it wasn't clear that it was clear someone was in the house.
Yeah.
A window was left open. There was that goo left behind, but it's not clear what was taken, if anything. The second burglary was much clearer that it was,
I would.
Same. Because obviously, as you said, it's a little unusual for a burglary in a sea captain's house to get that sort of attention. If it was a noble house that was broken into, yes, I could see them coming round in force, but a sea captain, so someone seems interested.
Yeah, but so what puzzles me is, why is this customs officer involved at all? And what is he looking for? And why didn't Mrs. Hunter, why didn't she tell us what he was asking? I mean, she was very vague about that. So that was...
You didn't like the implication, but didn't explain what.
Yes, actually. So this is interesting. So maybe he was suspected to have smuggled something or stolen something, or we don't know.
That is definitely what the Customs and Tariffs Office would be investigating.
Yeah. And so there we might get a lead what we are looking for, actually. If we talk about, I mean, we could hope to find a lead with the constables, but I don't suppose that they will have found anything. But I could ask.
Or we could maybe rule out some things if they definitely... Yeah, I think it's a first point. If you've got a contact, that would be great. It would certainly be nice to talk to this forensic scientist, because she may well have her own views on what this thing is, what the slime was.
But she wasn't there for the slime, or that was the day before that. So the second time was no slime, I suppose.
No slime.
Oh, right. Right, okay. Well, I'd certainly be interested in comparing notes with her.
So what she had mentioned was that, remember, she was giving instructions to the constabulary, but she did not seem to be part of the constabulary. She also did not get her name. You may be able to follow up. There may be information to be found about that. But she was not, as I said, there is a forensic kind of unit that is part of the Paridar Constabulary. That's not what was sent. This is someone of a much higher station, and someone who seems to have enough of a place of authority to be able to be bossing around the constabulary investigating the robbery.
That's interesting. So, in terms of society, is there other consulting detectives given this time period, or is there another police force?
There are
secret police. So
there is the most powerful detective agency is the Paridar Detective Agency, which is run by an orc named Dak. If you think of the way I've been describing it to the other guys, is that it is a combination of the worst elements of the Pinkertons and Blackwater. They really don't so much investigate crimes as crush dissent and conduct, interrogation, blackmail, that kind of stuff. The Shadow Eliminations are really, you guys are the most noteworthy kind of consulting detectives. James, do you have a question or a comment?
No, they commit crimes rather than solve them.
Yeah. They're happy to, if there are, say, industrial actions, they're quite happy to try and encourage workers to get back to work. They are happy to, pursue the interests of the nobility and those of means. So, and if she was, they're commonly referred to as the Daxman. And if she was a Daxman, you would probably know it. They have a distinctive sort of bullying look. The Daxmen are also not really known for hiring from the aristocracy. They're thugs and, a blunt instrument more so than a, the type that would send some kind of scientist or specialist to go and investigate a crime scene.
Yeah. Would I know who the elf woman was, so I could tell it to Lady Aurelius? So maybe she could.
I don't. Without a name, without a an actual position that she was with, like Lady Aurelius would be. I'm not sure that Mrs. Hunter gave you enough information to go on for who this person might be.
So no, I was just thinking if she was with the kind of police, I would maybe Basil would know, because there can't be so many specialists in crime investigations. So
no, there aren't. And you know who may help you with that? You don't know offhand, but if you asked Captain Withers.
Yeah, I can do that. I would just. So I was thinking a step ahead and just wanted to distribute something. Okay, but I can ask
nope.
Captain Withers about it.
You can't solve all your crimes behind your desk, Basil.
No, I didn't. I just wanted to.
No, unfortunately, you don't have enough right now to know who that person might be. Captain Withers may be able to assist with that, because if nothing, I mean, like many professions, constables are a chatty lot, and if someone came in from outside and was bossing them around, that sort of scuttlebutt may have gotten around to Captain Withers' ear.
Yeah. So I would say I would talk to Captain Withers, and I will find out who you need to talk to, Lady Lillian.
And there's if you're going to go see Captain Withers, there's one very, very crucial thing you need to decide beforehand.
Yes.
What will you be bringing Mrs. Worthington?
That is actually a really problematic thing, yes. That is true. So I guess on the way, there might be some kind of thing where I can get a little bit of chocolate or something like that. So it
sounds like, so let's talk about what everyone's going to be doing with the next stage of the investigation here. Sounds like Basil's going to go and meet with his contact at the Paridar Constabulary. Lady Lillian or Ms. Dumer, do you have any idea what you wish to pursue next? Or do you want to wait and see what comes from that investigation and then make a decision afterwards?
Yeah, let's have a...
Well, alternatively, we could maybe investigate the ship while Basil talks to his contact.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sally, you certainly are familiar with the ship, having spent time on it.
I'm going for a guess, probably unwisely, that there's nothing there. Otherwise, I'd go looking for one of the crew, since presumably I knew more than just the captain and the first mate.
And like the captain and the sort of like the bosun, the second mate, third mate, fourth mate, like those would still be like, generally he'd hire back the same people each season, but some of the lower cut types, not necessarily each time, but you can certainly ask around and try and get a sense of who was hired on for that. And Lady Lillian, you want to check the Harpy?
Possibly, but presumably, actually, thinking about it...
That is a lot of qualifiers in one sentence.
No, I was just thinking, given it's now sort of like 10 in the evening, I doubt whether Basil's contact in the constabulary would appreciate a call at this time of night. So it may be we'll have to wait till the morning for that.
No, he can go.
All right. Well, the other thing, it strikes me where maybe we could take some of your
Let's...
Okay.
Are you intending on going to the Harpy? We don't need to get lost. We're figuring out what you're doing.
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
So I'll look at Sally.
Well, Sally is going to go and ask around. Sounds like Sally's going to be tracking...
I'll go around the taverns of the seafront.
She knows enough, has spent enough time with the sailors to know where to sort of ask around about that sort of stuff. So, let's start with Basil. So Basil, you stop off at a chocolatier to bring a little something for Mrs. Worthington. James and Mo. Mrs. Worthington is the secretary for Captain Withers, and is an important kind of a gatekeeper for those who gain access to the captain. So we see, a street entrance to the one of the constabulary offices for the Paridar Constabulary. There's, people being brought in off of the street who are being arrested. There's some guy who likely is public intoxication because of the slurring of his words. There's some urchins who are sitting down, who have all been pickpocketing and are awaiting, waiting, like, processing. And through this crowd of, the constabulary, and I do have, if you want to get a sense of what they are dressed like. That is sort of the average Paridar Bobby, as you will. We see a little rat folk figure make his way carefully through them and up towards this fairly heavy-set woman who sits authoritatively behind a desk. And Basil, what do you say?
Yeah. So just to make sure, it was Miss Worthington, not Mrs. Worthington. Yes. Mrs. Oh, so did she want to marry me last time?
No, I think you were trying to imply that, but
no,
she was just happily flirting.
So, I was trying to marry her.
Mrs. Worthington is a widow, though.
Oh, so yeah.
That may have been why. She still refers to her as Mrs. Worthington, but she is a widow.
Yes. Yeah, yes. So, so I think I will. Good evening, my dear Mrs. Worthington. I'm
Master Rathbone.
Yes.
What brings you here? What is that you have with you?
Yeah, so this was something that my dear colleague Hannibal gave me on the way. So he thought you would appreciate this little present. And who am I to deny him his wish? I think it's a wonderful idea of his.
A bit early for Yule, but I suppose I can accept a treat on his behalf. Please extend my greatest gratitude and highest compliments to Mr. Hannibal as well, too. Handsome young man that he is. Oh, what are you here for? I suppose you're in to see the captain, then.
Yes.
Well, he's a busy man right now, busy man.
Oh,
but
yeah. How so? Is it something especially busy happening since?
Oh, he's an important man.
Yes. Of course.
I can, of course, accommodate time for you, Basil. Now, in fact, why don't you sneak in now before someone else gets in? And you can hear from inside Captain Withers. This is what Captain Withers looks like, guys. And he looks down. Basil! Come in. Mrs. Worthington. If they could hold my next appointment until afterwards. Basil. Brandy, Basil.
Yes, thank you. Yes.
So once again, pours 2 snifters of brandy for you, sits down.
Yeah.
Well, what brings you in this time?
Yeah, so I guess you heard about the serum and this how this all let me say cleared itself up a little bit.
Oh, terrible business, that terrible business.
Yes.
Good work you've done for the city, then. Hey?
Yeah.
Once again, while we can't officially say anything, of course, my compliments to you and to Master Hannibal and the doctor as well.
Yeah, Dr. Ursprung was very, very, very helpful in this case. Yes.
Queer duck that one, no? Dr. Ursprung. Queer duck.
Yes, he is. He's
strange sort.
Also, yeah. Sometimes I think he's maybe multiple persons in one, but I'm not so sure about that.
Horrific accident he was in?
I don't know. If you had told me that he had used the serum, then I would have believed it. But no, it seems like he did survive in some other strange way.
Well, I know you weren't coming here looking for reward or recognition for your admirable service for the city. So, but what is it I can help you with, Basil?
Yes. Maybe you could just help me a little bit here. So, there's someone missing, and we are investigating that missing person, and it is the Captain Hunter.
Captain Hunter.
There was his wife contacted us because 2 times in the last 3 days after he went, now he is missing for almost 1.5 weeks now. Their house was burgled, and
really?
So yes, and maybe you can tell me something, because there seemed to be a scientist, like someone from the university, helping out with the investigation, which was very strange.
Here. And he puts a little, there's a little like brass kind of nodule on his desk, and he presses a button. There's a bit of a buzz from it. Mrs. Worthington, do we have anything? Would you retrieve anything we have on a Captain Hunter? And he releases the button and stops buzzing. What his first name?
Oh gosh, Caleb. I don't know.
Caleb Hunter.
Yeah, with a K or with a C, we don't know.
C.
Yes.
So what? He sort of bullshits with you a little bit. You guys, finish the majority of the brandy as you guys are just kind of chit-chatting back and forth, and then Mrs. Worthington brings in a file. Thank you, Mrs. Worthington. Sets it up before him and looks through. Yes. A burglary, it seems, at... Oh, well, no, that's queer. And he looks through. You're not wrong, Basil. There was someone else in attendance at this. And, of course, name redacted. I don't know what her name was, but I know those markings who would have referred in here. She was part of the 9th Medical Corps. Curious as someone from that organization. What is it about this Captain Hunter? What would be drawing their attention? Is he something to do with this serum or something else?
We don't know yet. Might be. So he has a strange transformation. At least this reminds us of a serum.
Oh. Well, that's not good.
No.
That's not good at all.
No. So, do you, by any chance, is there anything in the file about an investigation of the custom office?
Anything in the customs office? I don't...
Yes.
Well, well, isn't that strange? Wouldn't you know it? The Custom and Tariffs Office has requested the copies of this. They reviewed this file. What's your Captain Hunter been up to that's drawn the attention of the 9th Medical Corps and the Tariffs and Customs Office? Customs and Tariffs Office.
I think if I can tell you that, I have the case solved already, but I can't right now.
Curious. I tell you, I don't know these. I don't have an answer for you now. Let me speak to the constables who were at the investigation. It may take me a day or so, but I'll track them down, see if I can't get more information for you as to who this doctor was that was sent down. Though, Basil, if you are involving yourself with that sort, the 9th Medical Corps, they're not ones to muck about. As you know.
We know that, yeah.
You best be careful. And then the Customs and Tariffs Office, if you think you are determined, they would make you seem a disinterested child. Those, when they get their teeth locked on something, they seem to not let go. Yeah.
Just one final question, and I think then I will let you back to your busy business. Have you heard anything about Clovis Potter?
Potter?
Has you...
The Ghoulfather?
Yeah. Yes.
Not as of yet, though we have not found his body, which is most troubling.
That is a little bit troubling, yes.
Well,
okay. So thank you very much again. Thanks for the brandy.
You have any time, Basil. Any time. I'll send word to your office as well once I have spoken with them. See if I can't get a name for you. Enjoy, Basil. And
thank you.
I think Mrs. Worthington is distracted now. Now may be a best time to make your escape, eh?
Yes.
Opens the door, and you've had your way out. All right. So next, let's do Ms. Dumer. So you tell us a little bit about the efforts you're taking to try and sort of track down information about the most recent crew for the Harpy.
Yeah, so I'd be thinking I'd have known from my first days back and from talking to the crew on the voyage back, I'd know what their favourite haunts were. So I'd be going to check out the one or two of those quayside bars and seeing if I can catch an eye of one of the crew.
Sure.
So I'll be slipping in and out.
So why don't you give us a diplomacy check, please? Oh, and guys, another half hour's passed. Everybody gets a hero point. Nice.
Whoops.
Your green bar is your hero points, Mo.
Mm-hmm.
Nice. Nice. All right. So, asking around, there are a number of familiar faces, and actually, I don't know why I'm getting myself comfy. I'll type these some of the names in chat for you. So, in it, Captain Hunter, of course, was one of the ones who, was made that most recent voyage alongside Mr. Keating, his first mate. His second mate on this voyage was someone else that you were aware of, and that was someone named Haywood Smith. And with the bosun, Alvis Hughes. Now, you know that the bosun is sort of the ones responsible for the physical fitness of the ship below deck. And the second mate is the one who sort of deals most with the bosun and then reports back to first mate and the captain. Hughes and Smith were sort of inseparable. They seemed like, the best of buds, and much more in the same way that Mr. Keating and Captain Hunter were sort of a close pair. You get the confirmation that Dr. Moore was part of the voyage as well too. From asking around, what you learn is that this is the first time Dr. Moore has ever gone on a voyage. No other ship has ever hired him as ship's doctor before. So this was a bit of an unusual thing. You also hear a little bit of an interesting tidbit. Most of the crew you're actually able to get into, and you're able to find them. So of the crew, most everybody else you're able to sort of account for, with the exception of two oarsmen. The two oarsmen are Bert Enright and Isaac Coghill. These are men responsible for rowing the boat when the ship needs to catch up to, to either go out to retrieve a whale or fishing nets, or go ashore. The oarsmen are the ones responsible for going there. Enright and Coghill have both been parts of the crew in the past. You may have met them, but they didn't stand out. I think on your dealings on the ship would mostly have been with... your diplomacy is actually quite good. So you probably were friendly with everybody on the crew, but the ones that you know best were Hughes, Smith, Captain Hunter, and Mr. Keating. They would have kept you on the, the private quarters as opposed to making you live down below with all the men. By men, I mean the crew, Mm-hmm. No one seems to have seen Enright and Coghill since they have returned. And Hughes and Smith, likewise, you're not sure where they have gone. You may need to ask around a little further, but of the crew members who came back, that seems to be the ones who are unaccounted for. There is also something odd you hear. It takes you a little pressing. During this voyage, there was one kind of eventful thing. They found, after passing through a storm, the Harpy came upon an uncharted island. Not unusual in these wild seas, particularly with the distant waters that Captain Hunter would go to seek the fortune. And when they came upon that, Captain Hunter, Mr. Keating, Enright, and Coghill were the ones who went ashore. Oh, sorry, and Dr. Moore. They were the ones who went ashore.
Right, and how long were they off the boat? Off the ship?
They were off the ship for about 2 days. And then when they returned, there was some secret meetings. Something was going on with Smith and Hughes roped in. They're not sure what happened on that, but whatever happened away, they seem to be sure to come back a second time from the island, and that's kind of all the crew knows.
Did they bring anything back with them?
Can't prove or say one way or the other, but does sure seem that they made a point of when the captain came back. Normally when the captain comes back, you want all hands on deck to help bring the ship, the boat back up. The only ones who were there when the captain came back were Smith, Hughes, and they were welcoming back the captain, First Mate Keating, Dr. Moore, and Enright and Coghill, who were the oarsmen who brought them ashore. Don't know what happened, but why don't you give us a, Sally, Paridar lore check, please. You want to spend a hero point reroll?
I might.
Okay. Okay. It is not unusual for people wanting to bring back the treasures of foreign lands and make a little money off of selling them. The Paridans are a little careful with taking back as plunder, and selling such things, or at least displaying such things, at least not without the government of Paridar getting a cut of what is brought back. Captain Hunter would not be the first captain to find something and try and smuggle it back and sell it on the sly, try and make a little extra money. That is definitely not the man that you knew, but Mrs. Hunter did say that he had fallen on hard times. So
is that the story that's going around, or is this something that's not really been...
They don't know. What they know, the crew feels about Captain Hunter the way I think that you feel about Captain Hunter, which is that he's an upstanding man. But it is curious that they were ashore for on this uncharted island for such a long time that he secretly came back, and now you seem not able to find any of the men who were part of that expedition.
Because we'd wonder why the customs got involved. So, I mean, you can see why it was in their remit, but how did they get to hear about it at all if the crew weren't talking? And so, even if I keep digging, I can't find anything more about Smith and Hughes?
That's what you found thus far. You'll have to, you would have to take kind of another opportunity to try and track down maybe where... I don't think you know Smith and Hughes well enough to know where they may be found. But for this first sort of effort at gathering information, that's what you've learned from spending all your time with him. So Lady Lillian, as you head down, and I think because the harpy at night calls for slightly different music. There we go. So Lady Lillian, you were heading down to the harpy. It is down by the harbor, and it has been effectively winterized. It is quite cold when you make your way down to the harbor where the harpy is docked, and I think this is something I did not think to look up. It actually may be in dry dock to sort of be like, have the barnacles scraped and whatnot, have servicing done for the winter. So maybe that's where the ship is. Those who amongst our listening audience who may be more knowledgeable in such things, I do apologize if I get that wrong, but I think that's is a reasonable expectation. So there are people who will be around during the day working on the ship, but at night it's really just like the security guards in the yard, as it were, the shipyard, that would be working. And you're easily able to, not only do you have the permission to be here by virtue of Mrs. Hunter, your bearing and station likely means that they wouldn't be asking too many close questions. Harpy itself is pretty typical of a ship of her sort, a whaling and fishing ship. There's a lot of birds that are sort of roosting on the harpy, but you are able to, after climbing some scaffolding, able to get yourself on the deck as well. Now, I forget, does Lady Lillian have dark vision, or does she require a spell for light?
I think she does have.
Would be under senses. On the just
low light vision.
Low light vision. Okay, so, and I think you've got light as a cantrip, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Always useful.
So what does it look like as you cast your light spell? So, like, what is the illumination that you're using to look around the ship?
I would imagine you see her make some sort of hand movements, and where would she put it? Maybe she'd put it on the tip of her rapier and have that out ready.
Okay. You're expecting trouble then?
Actually, no. Maybe she'd find what else would she have that she could put it on? Maybe she just puts it on a hat. I'd imagine she's got sort of like a fur hat, a winter fur hat, a winter coat, and probably a muff or something like that. Yeah, she'll put it on like there's like an emblem on the hat.
Sure.
Probably her noble house emblem, and
it could be a hat pin, right? That you've got to hold the hat in place.
Yeah.
So, all right. So you've got effectively like a headlamp almost, but like a very stylish one. And as you begin looking around through the ship, tell me about how you're going to conduct your investigation of the harpy.
Well, I think she's going to try and find the captain's cabin as the first point to investigate, which presumably is at the back. So is this a pure sailing vessel, or is it steam sail? Or
this is pure sails.
Yeah. So at the back, under the quarterdeck, I assume is where. At the back, I assume where it is.
So, you head down there. Now, what is your what is the better of your thievery or your perception?
Perception is trained 4. Thievery is 7, so thievery.
So thievery's better, okay. All right. So you make a careful examination of the captain's quarters. And the captain's quarters are in comparison to the crew quarters, is certainly more spacious, but it's not a very large area to look over. Mm-hmm. But the thing is that because of the clever construction and the creative construction that you have in these things, it allows for a lot of like nooks and crannies where you could conceal secret things. And I think what you find is under the actual bed of that, and we can picture that you're moving around in pitch blackness, right? You can see the light from your hat pin could be seen outside of the harpy, out back, the big windows that look out to the back. And what you find is that there is a secret compartment underneath the bed. But alas, there is nothing in it. Pull it out. Certainly large enough to keep another, a log or any other kind of secrets within. Nothing in there. You conduct a search of the rest of the ship as well, Tom, and assume that you're going to want to make a comprehensive view.
Yeah, I'm looking to see if there's any sign of... Was there any sign of breaking and entering in the captain's cabin? Or, dust disturbed? Or...
no sign of breaking and entering. No sign of, in the captain's quarters at least. The ship itself, it wouldn't be unusual to see workmen kind of working around in here too. Because it is being serviced as well, because it's in dry dock, it also means that the bilge is going to be drained right now. So what would normally have the water in there has been completely drained. And assuming that you were leaving no, deck unturned, as it were, you search down there, and it appears like there would have been a fairly recent addition of a compartment down there. Now, there is whatever kind of compartment in the bilge that would have been secured down there. It has been removed because smart smugglers don't let, the people in dry dock find your secret compartment. But you're able to see, and it's, with any kind of careful examination, it looks like there was something that was constructed in the bilge deck, or in the bilge that would have been a way of hiding something crudely. Doesn't strike you as... I can't remember, what are your... Oh, you have genealogy and you have what do you call it? Do you have craft? Do you have training in craft?
No, I've just got basic skill.
Okay.
There's no training.
So you'd have to get someone with a more knowledge in the thing to tell you whether this was like a professional, something that like a professional smuggler would have installed, or something that was kludged together. You can't really tell with your level of knowledge, but definitely curious that there was something that was down here concealed under the water. The only other thing of interest is that when you get... There's a certain smell, obviously, that hangs in ships, even in dry dock. And there's the smell of the sea down by the wharf. But when you get down to near where the crew quarters are, it's a very strong smell of fish.
It's interesting. That was mentioned before. The size of this smuggler's compartment, is it 1x2, or is it big enough to hold a statue or even a person?
It would be large enough to, when it was there, if you had a person, you had to really kind of cram yourself in there.
Yeah.
Probably enough to like a steamer trunk kind of size.
Yeah.
Enough to conceal a certain amount of goods. If it was something to smuggle, goods, you would guess that they'd have to be of extraordinary value in order for it to justify its creation, because it's not really, you're not smuggling, a hold full of like spices or something like that. It would have to be something really extraordinary. So you can smell that odor of fish as you're approaching the crew quarters. And this is not the general quarters. This is the quarters of the mates, the ones who actually got to have shared cabins. Carefully listen. You don't hear anything. There is that stink.
So is it stronger at their cabins, as it were?
Most definitely.
Let's have a look in there.
So you make your way down, and as you get closer, the smell gets almost overpowering. And the source appears to be one cabin. And being unfamiliar with the layout of the crew and who would have been where, it's difficult for you to tell. And they certainly don't label them. They just, once you're on the ship, you know which is your cabin and whatnot. There is a lock that is on here, but you are trained in thievery. Why don't you give us a thievery check?
I don't think I have any. Well,
I'm assuming you have thieves' tool. I haven't put everything onto your if you're trained in thievery, I'm assuming you've got that. So carefully from within your your coat, you pull this out, and it is child's play. The lock pops. It's actually a critical success on that. And the smell was bad before. It's like standing in a cannery at this point. It's just an overpowering stink of it. And there is a greasy sheen to the two bunks that are in here, as if whatever was sleeping in there has left some horrific grease or slime behind. And what you can see carved on the walls in here, seeming fresh because of the relatively less aged and stained wood that's been revealed by the carvings, there are a number of words and phrases. It is in both an alphabet and a language with which you are completely unfamiliar.
It's interesting. Can I make a note of it? I assume I've got an investigator's notebook. Could you? Either that or take a rubbing.
Either of those are possible.
Yeah, I'll just make notes in the notebook. And as I've got medical, would I have test tubes or sample tubes? I could just scrape a little sample in there.
Yeah, I mean, you're not trained in craft, so I don't know about you're not a scientist, so having test tubes and forensic science, that's not your bag.
Okay.
So,
well, maybe is there something I could put a sample in just for later, and maybe we can get it analyzed elsewhere?
Again, you're not a scientist, so you wouldn't have that stuff on you.
Maybe have I got smelling salts or something like a lady would normally carry?
Probably, yeah. What are you thinking?
I'll empty that out and use that to.
Okay. So you, if you scrape up a little bit of this stuff, why don't you give us a reflex save, please?
Oh well.
Okay, so you're careful enough to not touch any of the stuff. I just wanted to know if any of it got on your skin.
Yeah.
So you're able to scrape up a small sample of the stuff and put it in a little container. You are cognizant standing in here as you're rubbing this stuff that there is, lady wears gloves. The smell is so overpowering that it's almost overwhelming your senses. You realize you probably aren't even paying attention close enough to hear if anyone else is coming. So you're feeling very exposed down here.
I think once I've grabbed the sample, I'm going to retreat.
Okay. So you make your way up to the deck, and it feels, at first you think that it feels almost as if the scent is overpowering still, even though you're out. And it's only when you're on the deck and making your way to the gangplank that leads to the scaffolding that will lead you down to the ground. You look down and you realize that there is a smear of that same thing, a trail on the deck. it's not your imagination or the clinging to the inside of your nose. There is a trail of this stuff that seems quite fresh. Was that here before, or did you miss it?
So where was it leading? Was it sort of like...
It moves across the deck and then up onto the many ropes that lead up, and you look up in the darkness of the night in the shipyards. You can't see anyone up there, but you can't help feel like someone was on this deck recently. What do you do?
I'm not going to be as foolish enough to attempt to track them down myself. I won't keep staring up there to put them on. Sorry. Sorry. I think she's going to glance up there and maybe go down the scaffolding and then out of the dock, and then maybe try and meet up with the others and suggest we investigate.
So you cannot see, but as you're making your way across the gangplank and you get to the scaffolding,
I will have.
You can hear the sound.
Bus.
Hold on. You can hear the sound of something, the creaking of the webbing. So as you're leaving, something seemingly was moving up in the rigging.
Is it towards me or away?
On the deck. As you're departing, something has moved, and this is your keen senses have picked this up.
But if I turn back and look, do I see anything?
No. It's too far away from your light. You definitely have the feeling of eyes on you. You also are quite cognizant of how alone you are.
Yeah, she's not one of these foolish young girls who gets into adventures on her own. So she's going to say discretion is the better part of valor, but she will actually... I assume she's got the blunderbuss hidden somewhere, or it's under a coat. So
you can't hide a blunderbuss. If you have your blunderbuss, I'm assuming it's either not with you or it's quite obvious. It would be conspicuous to be wandering around with a blunderbuss.
Yeah, in that case, she probably doesn't have it. She'll just have the rapier.
No. So you make your way down to the rapier. Definitely would not be, would not draw attention. It's also kind of a fashion accessory for you.
Yeah.
As you exit the shipyard, you continue to feel as if there are eyes upon you, but it doesn't have the crushing feel of its presence. It doesn't feel as close as it did when you were on the ship, and that stink is mercifully gone by the time you depart the shipyard, hail a cab, and begin heading back to your office.
I'll get the cabbie to take a roundabout route and maybe change cabs halfway. If I'm being tailed, I want to try and drop it.
Okay, so you do so, and then I think we will have everyone meet back up at Shadow Eliminations, the office. We've been going for 2 hours, guys. Why don't we take a mid-session or a break right now? Just take 5 minutes to refresh beverages and such, and then you guys can compare notes and talk about what you wish to do next. So for those listening at home, we'll be back momentarily. All right. So, with our heroes back together, you guys have an opportunity to compare notes. Mm-hmm. So, we'll wait for. What's Mo doing? Not to bum everyone out, but Betty White just passed away. She was 100, so I mean, she had a good run, but yeah, I guess Betty White passed away today. So, on that cheery note, let's compare notes and determine what you wish to do next. So, who do we think is the last back is likely to be Sally. So Basil and Lady Lillian, you've had an opportunity to kind of compare notes of what you've learned. And Sally, you rejoin everyone. What do you guys tell each one another?
Yeah, but I can only tell what I found out, and that is not very much. So I will get information about what is coming maybe tomorrow. But I had some brandy that was very nice.
Nice. Sally, what about you?
Well, I discovered that the captain and certain members of the crew the ship came across an island. The captain and a number of his crew went onto the island for a couple of days. Whether they brought anything back, we don't know, because it's all done a bit hush-hush. And that seems to be the main part of it. It seems that something intriguing went on, and it was not above board. And that all the people involved in that who went to the island are now not easily found. I could find everyone but them.
Smith and Hughes did not apparently go to the island, but they did seem to be involved with the intrigues coming back from the island.
But they must have rowed him across, right?
They did not actually. They did not leave the ship.
Oh.
But they were the ones who were, while everyone else was asleep, they were the ones who worked to get the ship ashore. Or not ashore, but to get the ship back onto the Harpy.
Okay.
I guess technically the boat back onto the Harpy.
Yeah, okay. Don't want to use the wrong terms.
Nope. I spent a long time on the... I can't remember, there was a whaling museum that I spent a lot of time on their website last night getting terms and positions on the ship all correct. So hate to have all that research gone to waste for identifying a boat as when it's not a ship. What about Lady Lillian?
Well, that's very interesting. Lillian will explain that she investigated the ship, and there was a secret compartment in the captain's cabin, and that was empty. And I assume also there were no charts in there either.
No.
And there was no security on the ship?
There was the guard. It's in dry dock, being having ship things done to it. But she'll then say, well, she did investigate the ship and found in the lower areas, in the lowest deck, this terrible smell, or in the lower crew cabins, this terrible smell. Which I suspect may be the two mates' cabin. And then she'll also explain...
If you describe where it is to Sally, she'll be able to identify which cabin.
Oh, yeah.
So, that would be the cabin of Smith and Hughes. The bosun and the second mate shared a bunk. Or not a bunk, but shared a cabin.
That's interesting. And she'll say she also found right at the bottom someone had obviously constructed wouldn't say a secret compartment, but a special compartment for carrying cargo. And this may be where they put something to bring back. And it looks like it was not quite a hack job, but this has been done.
Well, no, remember, you can tell.
No, I couldn't tell whether this was like a professional sort of smuggler's thing.
Correct.
Or it's something that was done by the crew at some point, and I suspect if it would be maybe the 2 mates, or possibly the missing boatman.
You would know. The bosun is responsible for the physical condition of the ship.
Yes, of course. It's the carpenter, isn't it? Yes. So it's possible they did it. And I also, when I was coming back on shore, I felt like I was being followed, and I found this track of greenish slime, of which I have a sample, and I will put that on Basil's. Is he like Sherlock Holmes? He's got all the lab stuff, or is he not that sort of...
Basil, are you trained in alchemy or craft?
I suppose I'm trained in craft as well. Wait a minute.
Might I recognize the smell?
Yes, you can have a sniff.
No, I'm not trained in craft, but in arcana and occultism. Yeah. But yeah. Okay.
So with the observing so there is no in answer. Then there isn't going to be like lab equipment and stuff on Basil's desk. There is like investigatory stuff, but not
maybe,
that.
Maybe we can get someone else to look at it. But I will let Sally sniff it and see if she rings any bells.
So Sally and Basil, why don't you each give us occultism checks, please?
Mm-hmm. So I haven't said because I was not so far. Is this? I mean, investigating. So is this part of my investigation? I could.
You could deem this to be one of your 2 things you're pursuing. Yeah.
Yeah. So, and I guess I will just spend a reroll on that. Come on.
Sure. Hero point. You got it.
Yeah. So that would be.
There you go. All right. So this, I think that you recall, Sally. You do not recognize this stuff, the stink of this, which may say, give you some indication of how unusual and rare that this substance is. It's not something that you are familiar with. And Basil, I think that you have read of there's all sorts of bizarre cults and, eldritch societies that worship a variety of different dark things, almost as a sign of boredom in the aristocracy or or desperation in the lower quarters. But there's all sorts of faiths and unspeakable masters that the desperate and the deluded or the deranged turn to in the streets of Paridar. One such faith or one such a thing you heard of is creatures that will transform the faithful from one state of being into a more perfected and ancient state of being. And this stuff, if you suspect that if you'd rubbed your hands on it, it would make your hands numb.
Yeah, I don't feel that I want to find out. Just so there might be a cult, and I might imagine there are some. So it might just make you into some more, I don't know, more cult appropriate kind of creature. Like it might turn you into some kind of sea person or so. So I think it's like, it smells like fish. It might be some evil being from the sea transforming people or so. But I don't know anything specific, but there are such substances that can transform a person. And what I can tell at least is the only thing I found out, but we knew already, is that the medical corps is onto this. And whenever they are involved, one can expect that the worst things will happen. So there might be experiments going on, or they want to do experiments on people.
Oh, you're muted, Mo.
Sorry, I was just eating my New Year's chocolates. Yes, I'll also explain about the trail that seemed to be fairly new. And that I felt someone was watching me and had climbed up into the rigging, and that I decided discretion was the better part of valor and left, trying to disguise my route. So I suspect that maybe one or more of the mates is still living there. So quite how he's avoiding the craftsmen who are working on the ship.
So imagine that really persons are transformed. Then we could conclude that maybe the first one to do the burglary in the captain's house was the captain maybe himself, looking for something, and then someone else came there.
Possibly this medical corps were looking for the information. If they're, maybe it's not one of their experiments, but they'd like to get their hands on someone.
So imagine they found something and they know that it will transform them, or so because the captain knows this ancient language, so there's some kind of spell going on, or transformation, or whatever you call that.
The constabulary and the person from the medical corps came after the second burglary.
Yes, I know that. But it is not. I mean, it would not be unusual to go there again on the next day and just supervise that the officials can't find anything or so.
Yeah, they may have been there.
We could be a little bit paranoid here, but
it seemed almost like they were bringing something back, not just that they were infected. Because why is the customs involved?
Yeah, so they were doing some smuggling, I suppose, and they brought something back, but that also transformed them or so. And why is he muttering the word for vendetta? So that's why I believe it is some kind of curse.
And what was written on the walls?
I don't know.
Indeed, I forget. And I get out my notebook and show them the writing on the walls in this strange language. Sally, does this ring any bells in terms of the language?
So it is perhaps not surprising that the language that is written on here, I think that this is a traumatic moment where, because you have not seen this written except in the deepest recesses of your lost memory. And this is the written word of Al Golthu. There's also a dog growling in the background. Yeah. What you, Anna says hi to everyone too. This is something you've not seen, like I said, for that you can recall, and only in the reaches of your memory, the most ancient and blasphemous sites would have this written on them. The words seem to be kind of, they're not making sentences. There are jumbles of different things, almost as if someone was desperate to get them out of their head. One thing that is repeated several times is the phrase, the 7 sages of sorrow. And Sally,
7 stages or sages? Sorry, my hearing is maybe a little bit impaired.
7 sages of sorrow.
Sages, okay, yeah.
And Sally, would you give us an occultism check, please? Again, see if that rings a bell. That you've heard of. There's a belief, a legend of the spirits of 7 wise beings that can be called on for knowledge. They have, for the deepest reaches of the seas, they are things that can offer dark wisdom at a high cost. And related, the other phrases written in there, again, I'll go through, and these are rough translations. One refers to the coming of the bringer of ancient wrath. Another refers to the vendetta beast. And a final one refers to the grudge butcher. Those ones seem most desperate. And it's said in those ancient legends that you recall, Sally, that one can call upon the 7 sages of sorrow to bring about an unthinkably powerful and evil being, known by those various monikers: the bringer of ancient wrath, the vendetta beast, and the grudge butcher, to bring a terrible vengeance upon the enemies or upon one's enemies. But this creature of wrath from ancient times, hatred and vendetta are some of the most primal feelings and emotions, or urges. And even those deep in the abyssal depths of the ocean know of these things. And this would be to bring upon utter ruin and destruction upon your enemies. But only with the willingness of the 7 sages of sorrow manifest in appropriate flesh, that the grudge butcher can be brought. There's something else that troubles you, though. There's something more, and you can't quite remember it, to the legend.
Yeah. So how many people are missing? Has someone counted it?
6, I think.
The captain, there's 2 mates, there's 3.
2 oarsmen, and there's the first mate, the second mate, the bosun, 2 oarsmen.
5, 6. Yeah, that's 6, is it? And we're not sure about the doctor.
But the thing, there's quite a coincidence that a doctor from this Unit 731 had decided to be on the ship just as it happened to blunder into this.
Dr. Moore?
That's quite a coincidence.
Dr. Moore is not part of his family of distinguished physicians. There are members of that who may be on. But Dr. Moore himself, at least Dr. Virgil, he is not part of medical.
Okay.
Yeah, we think the elf scientist was.
That's possible.
Yeah. So it might have been just... So there is also a cult. So we don't know whether there are connections to this cult or whether there aren't. So let's find out. So imagine they found something on the island which was, I don't know, some ancient thing which was a cursed thing which might be used to conjure this 7 sorrows, sages of sorrow, and they try to sell it. So they go to this fence, and maybe she isn't sure what to do with it, and so word gets out, and then everything spreads. And the question is, why would he consult this captain?
Do we need to have a word with the fence? Because it sounds like whatever was found has gone, presumably has worked its way to her.
Yeah, or they are looking for it and can't find it. That seems more plausible, because why would they have burgled?
Yeah, but the key thing is we'd like to know what they're looking for. So presumably the fence knows what they're looking for.
Yeah.
That would be interesting.
Yeah. I guess it might be one of those ancient artifacts of MacGuffin, but whatever. So we could just try to find.
So what is the plan for tomorrow?
I think we should talk to the fence, and we should.
I think Lady Lillian can likely arrange for an introduction or meeting with Lady Desmond.
Yeah. Yeah. And we could talk to this scientist also, if we know who that is. Yeah. And there's also the.
I was going to say we could go back to the ship at some stage and see if we can find this. Yep. But I think maybe we need to find more information before we do that, because we don't want to be jumped by some transformed human. And
we could talk to the doctor, because he seems not to be missing.
Yeah, I mean, I think make the fence, and then maybe see if we can track down the doctor.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Maybe we have some word from the police. I'm sorry, James?
No, that sounds like a good plan.
Yeah.
Hopefully your contact will have maybe got some information which might help us.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So you each retire to your respective homes, and early the next morning, you reconvene. And where is the first thing you want to do? Lady Lillian, you have arranged for your people to make contact with Lady Desmond's people, and she is happy to meet with you and your colleagues if you wish. Does everyone want to meet with Lady Desmond?
Yes, I think we should go there all together.
That's good.
So it'll be an early brunch with her. She will be happy to arrange that. And what else do you wish to do today? You mentioned the scientist, so if the Captain Withers is able to get that information to you, there's something. Anything else you guys wish to do today?
Well, I think if we don't get the name from Captain Withers, I think maybe try and track down this doctor as the second stage.
So if you do ask, you may recall Mrs. Hunter said she could not get in touch with the doctor.
Yeah.
But we could try to talk with the other captain.
Sure. So why don't we do this? Let's have the other captain as well too. So that
Costigan, I suppose.
Yeah, Captain Costigan. Basil, why don't you give us a diplomacy check? Let's see if you're able to track down a way of meeting with Captain Costigan. Spend.
Yeah, maybe. Come on.
Yeah.
Why? It makes no sense to sit on those points. But it will go. It's too early.
It's at least you have not been able to secure a meeting yet. Sally, you could try as well if you like.
Certainly. Let me have a sniff around. Oh well, that was impressive.
You want to spend a hero point?
I'll get rid of a hero point because we don't need to save any for the mass battle with the fishy creature.
You guys will be momentarily getting some back as well. Nat 20.
Did that work?
Wonderful.
Captain Costigan has heard and is very interested in meeting with Ms. Dumer. What I'm going to translate your crit success into is that I'm going to improve his starting level of your starting impression with him. So you're already at friendly instead of being neutral.
Excellent.
So yeah, you will, after your meeting with Lady Desmond, you will be he will be very happy to host you. So let us first meet with Lady Desmond. So we'll move us over to a nicer neighborhood here. which will be right here. Get rid of our investigators from before. Go. So it is in... Oh, and we don't need the creepy music right now. There we go. What you find is that Lady Desmond lives in, again, one of the very much nicer posh neighborhoods in Paridar. And the impression you get inside the house is that it is an extraordinary display of exotic and very valuable art. Stuff brought from all over the world, and very, not necessarily like the most notable or popular, like it's not like there's a piece that the whole world knows about that, oh man, she's got it. It's very unusual and eclectic. So if you were of the type to have, to be into the art scene, you would know that there are some very, very, important, unusual works that she seems to have got her hands on. So you guys are, I think, brought to the salon in order to meet with her. There's some beautiful sculptures that are worked in with some very exotic plants and flowers and whatnot in here. And even these flowers are still afflicted with the white blossoms of Paridar. Something that Ingolf, I haven't mentioned to you, and Mo, you would know. One of the other unusual things about Paridar is that it doesn't seem what kind of plant life. Anything that has floral or has flowers in it, alongside the actual flowers themselves, there are these white blossoms that will sprout. So trees and flowers, bushes and whatnots, there are always the white blossoms of Paridar that will bloom alongside them. It doesn't kill the host plant, but they seem to currently be there. The white blossoms of Paridar, incidentally, is a very popular pub song that is often sung in taverns and pubs around Paridar. Lady Catherine, Lady Lillian, you don't need to make a roll for this, but you're aware that this is a location she has chosen to impress, to sort of wow the guests with some of the pieces that are in here. And after waiting for a little bit, then Lady Desmond finally arrives. Lillian, darling, I am so sorry for making you wait. It's been such a morning. So many things on the go. So many things to keep track of. I trust this is Mr. Rathbone.
Yes.
Now, I will introduce them. I'll also do the whole moi, kiss thing.
Yeah, absolutely.
Pretending
so
to be
good.
the...
And Mr. Rathbone and Ms. Dumer. You may not recall, we met 3 winters ago. You were at the ball of the Smith Mithers.
Oh yes, it was delightful.
You were enchanting there, and you seem enchanting as well today. Ha! Now, is it too early for drinks, or will you make me feel the gauche one?
It's never too early for good drink.
Good. So she has the her servant bring drinks out for you, and drinks are passed around. She sits herself down quite elaborately on like a divan kind of sofa, and each of you are, again, like Lady Lillian, you get the impression this was set up and placed for effect. Now, Lady Lillian, I'm quite surprised that you wish to meet with me. Delighted, of course, and such unusual guests. To what do I owe this honor?
I'll look at my colleagues and say, well, we are investigating a disappearance, and we think the person may have had a very interesting artistic artifact that you may have been in contact with, and I will tell her the captain's name.
Okay. Now, why don't you... What's the approach you're trying to do here? Are you trying to be friendly with her? Are you trying to have a little bit of menace to it? Or are you trying to...
I think I'm trying to be friendly, and I've got the... What is it? Would the Courtly Graces skill help?
Courtly Grace is not a skill. That's a feat. What does it do?
Hang on.
You can click... Okay, thank you. Yes, so you can use society instead of your diplomacy to make an impression. So go ahead and make your roll.
Right.
Great use of that feat.
I think I'll spend a hero point on that one.
Sure. There you go.
That's more like it.
So her, the corner of her mouth sort of arcs up a bit, and you have improved her relationship with you up to friendly as well. And just so we know what that consists of, because you can continue to either Basil or Sally can also try to make an impression to improve that further. What friendly does? Friendly has a good attitude towards you, but won't necessarily stick their neck out to help you. One better than that is willing to help you and responds favorably to your requests. So her corner of her mouth sort of arcs up, and she says, "Why, Lady Lillian, I understood that you dallied on some unusual activities. I didn't think you would be involved in such things as... You know well that if Captain Hunter was the name you said? Mm-hmm. If this Captain Hunter brought any goods back, those would have to be declared lawfully through the Customs and Tariffs Guild, or Tariffs Office, before any consideration could be given to selling such things. To think otherwise would be scandalous."
Yes. Could I just... Sorry?
Go ahead, Ingolf.
Yeah, I would just say, so I'm very familiar with underworld investigation, which is a feat also.
Yeah.
And so I mean, I have this thing called underworld law, and I mean, she is basically a criminal from what I understand.
Yep.
And I would just convey to her that we are not interested in going after her. We are just interested in finding this person, and maybe we could...
Why don't you give us a thievery check, and we'll use this as a make an impression.
Yes.
And you get your bonus for your investigation on this as well. So you have +1 to whatever the result is.
Yeah, okay. So because...
Fucking awesome. So she, I think, like that upturned corner. I guess first off, what does Basil say then to sort of contextualize?
Yeah, so sometimes persons miss stuff, and it is found in strange places, and then someone else is in need of such a thing. And I heard you are maybe sometimes in the business of facilitating such findings, but we are not interested in this kind of investigation. We're interested just in finding the captain.
She looks at you, Lady Lillian. Most interesting company you keep, Lady Aurelius. And Ms. Dumer, I take it that your connection to Captain Hunter is a personal one?
Indeed, he was one might almost call a close family friend to me.
Then, as Mr. Rathbone has indicated, we're all talking amongst friends here then, yes?
Yes, correct.
And we're all talking to the common interest of our missing captain.
Yes.
Thank goodness. Oh, she leans back in the divan. It's exhausting keeping up that charade sometimes. It's so refreshing to speak simply amongst our things. And Lady Lillian, may I say, I am more impressed with you now than I have been. I did not know you were capable of such interesting depths. Yes, the captain. The captain's name came to me through, actually, a wretch of a man, one from the Moore clan, a grubby little wastrel. You may have met him, Lady Lillian. Do you remember Virgil Moore?
Do I?
That's Dr. She must be referring to Dr. Moore.
Yeah.
The father?
We know the name, yeah. We know who he is.
Ugh, an awful little man. I've never seen someone born to such privilege who was so keen to count his pennies. That one approached me. Apparently, in a bit of a moment of desperation, he hired himself out. It seems his papa cut his allowance, and he was forced to fend for himself. Such a fate to think. Well, it seems that our dear doctor has managed to somehow find something of value, or something they thought was of value, to then sell on. Something that he felt would both enrich himself and that captain. Though Captain Hunter was a new one to me. And, if I might say, most uncomfortable in dealing with these types of transactions. It seems that they found some objects while they were there. He did, I tell you, these tradesmen, such a... what they lack in manners, they certainly make up for in planning. And she reaches inside her kind of fur-lined coat pocket and pulls out a list and says, "This was what was on offer." And she hands it over to whichever one of you. I expect Basil's probably the one who kind of hops up first to grab it. So you grab it, and it is a list of, it seems that there are a bunch of exotic coins that are listed on there. There are 7 amulets, and there is 1 scepter.
Oh, yes.
She says, "I did not have an opportunity to examine these goods. It seems that to the captain, he only had 1 of the amulets and the scepter in his possession, but the most unusual pieces, 7 amulets to seemingly go with the scepter. It had 7 carved eyes on it." Strange things. We would have got a good money for them too if that blighter had not gone missing. Up and disappeared on me. As did that wretch Virgil.
So, just could you imagine? Just one more stupid question: How did the Office of Customs and Tariffs got wind of this kind of transaction?
I don't know. Have you met investigator staff yet?
No.
Hobson's staff is a most disagreeable and small man. If I were to guess that idiot Virgil, he never could keep his mouth shut as it was. But, yes, Hobson's staff has been sniffing around my business like a grubby little hound for years. He would certainly love nothing more than to find some evidence. Pfft, jumped up little fool.
Okay.
Why?
Yeah.
Have you spoken to staff?
No, but we heard that he is investigating the case.
Indeed.
And we were puzzled
so?
how he would have found out.
What does staff know?
We will find out.
Well, how did you come by his name then?
He visited the residence of Captain Hunter, but Captain Hunter was already missing.
Indeed. Why was he investigating the Hunter's abode?
Yeah, so you know how this I say how this is in this society. People don't always tell you with a straight face what's going on. So they say, well, there was something disagreeable, or it was some kind of unspeakable accusation, and we can't talk about it, so you have to find out by yourself.
Well, Ms. Dumer, you said that the captain was known to you as family?
Yes, indeed. He was the person who brought us to me to Paridar, and
I knew the name.
He looked after me and introduced me.
The name I knew was familiar to me. I can place it now. Yes. Knowing him, did you know the man well?
I did.
Did it strike you as...
Fine, upstanding man.
He did not seem to take to this business at all. Though, and had so many questions. If Hobson's staff was made aware of... If his antennae were trained, the bug that he is, on Captain Hunter, it would not have come from him. I would have trusted him to keep sacred, and I certainly can keep my secrets. Did Mrs. Hunter do anything or say anything that would have drawn attention?
No, I don't believe so. She's normally a very prudent lady. I don't think she knew very much.
She didn't contact anyone?
Other than ourselves, no.
Well, guys,
I think she was rather upset by the line of questioning that.
Guys, didn't she tell you that she called the constabulary?
Yeah, we know that, but I think we wouldn't necessarily tell her, would we? I mean, I wouldn't, but if you want to.
Was this for the burglary or the disappearance?
She called for the burglary.
Yeah. Well, maybe the customs people have a source in the constabulary.
Well, what I'm asking is to make sure you guys remember that happened. Yeah. She's asking if Mrs. Hunter did anything to draw attention to herself.
Oh, yes, she did actually report the burglary. I think we'll tell her.
A burglary, you say? Wow.
Yes, a couple of people have had a go at his house. You don't know of any other interested players that might...
I don't now, but I may learn. If someone else learned of what he may have had, and you say the burglary occurred after his disappearance?
Indeed.
Such a burglary may be sufficient to draw... If Hobson's staff was aware that fool Virgil was somehow involved in something, and knowing that Virgil had just came back from serving on a ship for the first time in his miserable life, it would not take long for even a fool like Hobson could place together the intrigues or attempts thereof of Dr. Moore and his captain and his sudden disappearance. There are not many who would work in that neighborhood, though. I may be able to track down a name or two who we could question, though from what I hear, Mr. Rathbone, you may be able to run in such circles as well, eh?
Mm. Yeah, but there are other circles I might not be able to run in. So you could imagine that with many of the secret societies we have in our wonderful city, that some of them might be interested in such kind of strange artifacts.
Indeed.
I'm just trying to... Should we talk to her about that? I just... Oh, short. Oh, no, okay. So, yeah, I'm not sure. I imagine there might be some interest from that kind of approach as well. So there might be some secret society involved here. but I don't know.
Society. There are certainly many of those clubs that take an interest in some of the objets d'art which I can offer. I did not have time enough with these, the seven-eyed scepter and the amulets, to really inquire as to potential purchasers before Captain Hunter went missing. And now with Virgil gone, I assumed that whatever treasures were returned were lost or they took elsewhere.
I think
so she told us that so I just ask her directly. So you don't know where the artifacts might have gone?
No.
Imagine that someone took them.
Do you?
No, if I wouldn't ask if I had known. So
sometimes knowing what one knows is enough of an interest.
Yes, but also, I mean, so just out of curiosity, how do you like what this vampiric serum has done to our city?
What has that to do with anything? It's no concern of mine.
Really? I thought you might be a little bit concerned about all this vampires now running around.
Not amongst the company that I keep, Mr. Rathbone. I'm not concerned about such things. Corpsemen and the poor who foolishly inject themselves with experimental things, not a concern for me.
So yeah, okay. So that is good to hear. So it's at least it's comforting to know that the nobility is does not suffer under this circumstances as other people do.
Mercifully, no.
Yeah.
Though, of course, you know, very few of our kind, or those of my station, were put in such peril during the war. Hey? Or those of...
No, I know there's no envy from my side, believe me. Yeah.
So your interest in this stems from Mrs. Hunter? Or is this a personal matter, Ms. Dumer?
Oh, this is entirely personal.
In my experience, those are the worst kinds of business to get involved, or in which to get involved, but I leave it to you to judge your own affairs, Ms. Dumer. You are a foreigner.
In all senses.
Indeed. If you happen upon those objects again, I'll be happy to make arrangements to see them acquired by those who would pay handsomely for such things. Though...
We understand that.
Good. Good. Is there anything else then, or...
I think just out of my knowledge of the underworld stuff, I would just mention that in that case there should be some kind of provision or some kind of percentage for making this deal happen. You know.
Oh, indeed, there would be a finder's fee.
Yes, yeah.
Lady Lillian, you could learn a lot from your friend here, if you intend to pursue such interesting pursuits as my line of social engagement.
There's very interesting skills and areas of interest across all levels of society. Why, my butler has been teaching me how to make a what do you call it, a BLT. But I must admit, can we have a look at
Lady Lillian,
the coins?
Learning from your servants, even your dalliances can be seen far too shocking for my likes. You had a question, Lady Lillian?
I was going to say, can we just have a quick look at the coins? And
I don't have them, my dear.
Do you have a representation or a sketch?
Why would I take such things?
Oh, for valuation purposes, of course. All right, well, no matter. We can address that another time.
My clientele takes me at my word, my dear.
Of course. Well, maybe I think we've taken up enough of your valuable time, and we will take your suggestion of a percentage, I believe, as people say, into account.
Indeed.
Anything else, colleagues?
Your time. This has been a refreshing bit of unconventional candor, and I appreciate it. Thank you all, and Ms. Dumer, I wish you luck in finding your friend.
Thank you.
Then.
Luck is always appreciated.
Good day. And with that, you are escorted off of the Desmond premises, and you guys have an opportunity to compare notes before you move on. So what do you guys think of what you learned from Lady Desmond?
Under no circumstance she can get hold of this amulets. She will risk the destruction of the whole city for her own good. So no, not at all.
I'm sure we can arrange for an accident to happen so that she never gets her hands on it if it comes to it. But it does seem that this hapless Dr. Moore is a key person we need to talk to. It did strike me we could talk to his family and say, or maybe we don't know where he lives or he goes. I wonder, when he signed on the ship, presumably he would have signed a contract of some sort. I wonder if that paperwork is back at the captain's house, because he may well have put an address or some personal details when he signed on, saying he was.
I think it would not be a problem to find his address, but I think he isn't there. I guess the wife of the captain already would have looked there. So
yeah, it would be a facile thing for you to track down where Dr. Moore lives.
Yeah. So, but
there might be evidence there, though. Maybe there's some more of the slime. Maybe he's transforming.
Yeah, that might be the case, but I'm not sure.
Well, in that case, maybe we should go to the ship at night and see if we can capture this thing that was living on there. That might give us some information.
We should talk to this captain first.
Well, or has your inspector given us any information yet? Maybe we should.
Yeah, we don't know from here, so we would have to go back to the station or just phone there or so to get.
Maybe a phone, or you could ply your contact with more chocolate.
No word. I can tell you if you check in, no word as of yet.
Okay. All right. So what do we do now?
We'll talk to the captain. So
the other captain.
I would imagine that the captain is somehow involved in this secret society, and they're trying to steal the amulets. They got the information. I don't know how and why, or maybe the captain got the information where to find this island, or we don't know. But there will be some connection with this retired captain and the amulets. I'm pretty sure. This is my detective's intuition, I suppose.
Yeah, or even if it was just a question, he was a known source for dealing with the more shady side of things, and that's how they contact. But he could have well have provided it. Yes, let's track him down and then have a chat then. But I mean, what's our line here? Are we going to say we're just looking for Captain? We're looking for Caleb, or?
I think that's it. I'll just play on the fact that I'm a friend of the.
Yeah.
I have a personal relationship, and we're trying to track him down.
Yeah, and he was one of the last who spoke to him, so that's perfect, valid reason to talk to him. And then we could just poke a little bit whether he will, I don't know, say something about anything, just trying to question him.
Okay. So then, go ahead, James.
No, because in a way we don't need to go on about amulets and such like. We just need to find the captain.
Yeah.
Okay. So, you guys have your meeting with Mr. or Captain Costigan. Let me move you over to... He likewise lives in a fairly big and impressive house, though it is definitely in a neighborhood that is of... It kind of is of new money, but he keeps his house as close, or his house is as close as possible to the houses of the aristocracy. Clearly a clinging or a social climbing kind of person.
Before we enter, I would just whisper to Sally that, so if you speak the language that no one would understand, and he reacts like if he understands, then we would know that he might be involved. So maybe we can trick him?
Or we can consider, yep.
So I don't know if this comes up, but this might be just a plan.
Okay. Mm-hmm. So when you are brought in to Captain Costigan's house, this has a distinctly different impression from Lady Desmond's home. This is a much more garish display of wealth than what hers is. Certainly not as large or as opulent as what hers is. This is not a guy who masters a bunch of, he's had some very successful runs with his ship and has retired with a small fortune, but certainly nothing approaching the staggering wealth of the Desmonds. The manservant is actually a half-elf, and it's that indeterminate age that they approach to, so it seems like a young man, but he could very well be in his, 11th decade. And he leads you into a large kind of study or den with lots of rich fabrics, old books that look like they've not been touched, and it has the smell of old cigars in here. There's a short wait until the door bursts open and Captain Costigan comes in.
Mrs. Dumer, a distinct pleasure.
And he comes in and takes your hand and leans over, kisses your hand.
I have long wanted to meet you, my lady. We've run in such circles that I've not had a chance to meet up with you.
The pleasure is all mine.
Distinctly. Lady Aurelius, you may not remember meeting me, but I did have the distinct pleasure of meeting you. Lovely to see you again as well.
Well, given my ancestry, I'm always pleased to meet a man who understands the sea.
Oh, and such ways. Always I could not have considered that your kind could have. Such questions. I've long desired conversation with you, Miss Dumer. Such a pleasure. And if I may, I have taken certain inquiries, and he gestures to his servant who brings in a pot of hot salted water with tea. Might I interest
Delicious. You? I'm charmed that you should be so considerate.
I am
such a gentleman.
Honored by your presence. And who's this little feller then? Is he your manservant?
Kind of. I'm Basil Rathbone. I'm kind of assisting Lady Dumas and Lady Aurelius here.
Oh, a manservant. Oh. A ratfolk manservant, lady. I had heard that you are quite unconventional in your thinking and your ways. So not a surprise. Do you wish him to be present for our repast and conversation? I will not take offense if you wish him to stay.
Yeah, I think
it is rather the habit of my people.
Yeah, but I could easily wait outside and mingle with my folks and I will just weasel off. I think that's appropriate.
Okay. So he asks you to sit down. He pours for each of you the exact same thing. And so you're having salted tea. And he seems to try and enjoy it. And, you know, if he spent his life at sea, I imagine he's probably eaten worse things or drank worse things.
Is it to your liking, Mr. Mayor?
Deliciously salty. I do like a savory drink.
Oh, wonderful, wonderful. Now, tell me, to what honor what do I owe the thanks of your pleasure?
Oh, I have to confess, I've just been under such strain recently. Because you'll recall, of course, my dear almost father here in Pandora.
Catmandur.
Indeed.
Oh.
And I was shocked to hear that he had disappeared.
Oh,
It had only been a few weeks since I'd last seen him. He was back and
poor Eugenia.
He's gone missing.
Oh, it's such
exactly.
Caleb was salt of the earth, he was. Great man.
Was?
Oh, and a fine captain indeed. Very, and poor Eugenia. She came by a few days past as well. Oh, just, I offered anything I could do to help that family.
I am intrigued, though. You said was.
Was. What did I say that was?
Both Sally and Lady Lillian, you can go ahead and give us a perception check if you like.
I was just about to suggest that. Obviously, that salty tea has put me off my.
Yeah. You guys want to spend a hero point to reroll?
Yep.
I see we're past two bells, so at least with local time here, everyone gets a hero point.
Right,
Okay,
I'll spend that on and not bother adding it on. Slightly better.
Nat 20.
Oh.
Fab. So, Sally, you're.
Will that do?
Yeah. What you can tell, for one thing, lady, you may recall a few hours back that Mrs. Hunter told you her impression of Captain Costigan. And either she is lying, which would be a first for you, Sally, or this guy's full of shit about, worrying about poor Captain Hunter and checking in on Mrs. Hunter. And you can tell he's laying into it, and poorly lying. So he is not, there's no fucking way he checked in on him. He's trying to get in your good graces with this.
Yep.
Why don't you give us a diplomacy check, please, Sally? I'll see what kind of impression you're leaving on him. Fortunately, he is quite intrigued, but look at that. So he's going to have as fairly loose lips here. So we're going to skip over the part where he asks you a whole bunch of stuff about your people and your customs and whatnot too, and you can feel free to sort of shape the conversation to where you wish.
No. So, I regale him with tales of expeditions and my people and how they've interacted with other lands, which I guess will intrigue them since they don't have a memory of other lands.
He, as you're sort of talking about things, what it turns to is he, and I think this is after the tea, he asked if he might share one of his customs with you, which is liquor.
Mm-hmm.
If you are, there is a rare afternoon aperitif that he's offering you, something exotic that is quite fragrant and herbal. And as he may try to put himself up as a gentleman now, but he is through and through a sailor, and he drinks like one. So as the afternoon whiles on, he's pounding these back and getting a little looser with things, and he finally turns to sort of the rumor that you heard, Lillian, about him, or Lady Lillian, about him being marooned. And what he tells you is, this is why I was so inclined to meet with you, Mrs. Dumer, because you see,
in those long weeks and months that I found myself on an island,
Ah.
I came upon your kind. At night,
Goodness gracious.
Now,
So all my stories will have been old hat to you.
Just like I see before you, their skin glistened like fishes they did, but glowed like a lantern. I thought my eyes were playing tricks on me when I saw them at night, coming up from the waves, onto the ruins that I'd taken for just boulders, but I recognize now as altars to some great deep spirit. Something dark and watery, like the heavenly hostess that we praise to.
He makes the gesture of the symbol of the heavenly host.
They came up. 7s, 8s there were. 7 of them, all standing aside, each bearing one shiny piece of metal or something that passes for it, and another dressed in what looked like long robes and carrying a great baton like you'd see on a ship, a gaffer's stick. I came up, and an ancient language they spoke. Something what sounded like oars and like the call of some great deep sea beast. A whale calling out for something. And them 7 took spots before a stone. And that one with the baton, he seemed to lead them all. And the strangest thing,
and he seems to be losing color in his complexion. You get the sense this is something he probably has wanted to talk about for quite some time, but has not let slip. And it's only because of your kind. And he's staring as if looking, like not meeting eyes with anyone, but staring off into space as if he was seeing it happen before him.
They came, my lady, and each of them, the 7 put their heads down, all in a circle, and strange lights coming. And that was when the great beast came, like an horrible crustacean, called up from the depths of the devil's imagination, in the deepest, coldest places beneath the waves. It came up, and one by one struck down each of them 7 that prostrated themselves at them altars, and plucked out from their heads something terrible. And such a noise, like shucking oysters. And when its terrible work was done, it was led, like a pet, by that one with the baton, back beneath the darkened waves, leaving the ruin of what it had wrought bind on those altars.
Grim.
I'm ashamed to say, my lady, desperate straits that I found myself in, I ate some of what was left, and viciously ill it made me. Viciously. I thought I'd die from the insides churning. And mercifully, by the next morning, those things have been reduced to like a jellyfish. Goo. I never heard or see them again, and I steered clear of that side of the island until I was rescued. My lady, the reason I was so glad to hear from you. Do you know what it was I saw? What did I witness? What horrible things transpired on that blasted island?
Indeed, a mystery for even me. It is not common to my people, but clearly some ancient tradition.
Oh.
But where was this island that you were rescued from in the end?
Who can say? One forgotten. It was only perchance that I was rescued from them. A ship blown off course, found itself in unknown seas, and me, desperate. A bonfire I'd built 2 years prior finally brought them and their attention to my rescue. I tell you, the most scared I was making the swim out to it. 'Cause from that day I saw that ritual, I thought that thing lurked beneath the waves.
And who else have you told of this? To me, of course, it rings true, but not everyone would credit such stories.
I've not told a soul, my Lady Demare. I've not told none other. You gotta look at the drink. Forgive me, my lady. Such a story for such ladies. And Lady Lillian, please forgive me and excuse my lack of decorum. I just... Seeing you here, Ms. Dumare, and he's looking at sort of the lights around your, that glow on your skin. It brings it back so much.
A terrible tale indeed.
Oh, indeed. Though, what I keep thinking, do you know that one with the baton? Is he likely to be the one that controls that beastie? As it bent to his will, as it were.
From what you say, apparently. Yes, this...
Is there
he seems to have some unearthly power over it.
Ms. Dumare, is there something about your people that grants them such control over such things, or would any who wields that baton be able to control that blasted thing?
Well, my suspicion is it would have to be one of my own kind, and anybody else that tried to use it might end very badly for them.
He sort of his shoulders slump. He seems crestfallen with that news. Oh, indeed. Well, I certainly hope I never see such a thing again.
Well, Lillian's going to express sympathy. Well, we all have things maybe we don't want to dwell on. Did you tell Caleb
he
about
said he
this?
didn't tell anyone.
Well, how did Captain Caleb then find the island? Or was he the one that rescued you?
Captain Hunter was not the one that rescued me, no.
Ah.
It was another ship. Why? Did Captain Hunter tell you that he was the one who rescued me?
No, we were just wondering about how, well, we think Captain Hunter's ship actually found something on that island. Questioning about how he knew where it was.
Wait, you think Captain Hunter went to that island? What makes you think that?
Well...
Ta-da, revelation.
Well, we did find some curious slime.
What slime?
That greeny, very smelly slime. Was this something you remember?
What? Where'd you find this? And he leans in. And Basil, you can sort of hear, I imagine you've been listening in surreptitiously through this. So you see Lady Lillian is, I think, giving away more than maybe what you intended.
Yeah. So, yeah.
It's a drink.
The catfish is now out of the bag.
Well, he's so pissed he probably would give something away, which is my idea.
Are you sure that's your idea? So you're making it up as you go along. So what, Basil? What the reason I mentioned that is that if you want to come up with some excuse for inserting yourself back into the conversation at this point, you have been waiting outside likely for at least an hour.
Yeah. So my idea was that I was not sure whether this servant was outside watching me, and if not, I'd hoped that I could sneak in maybe and try to steal some documents or something like that, but it's probably not necessary anymore.
It's to sneak in where and steal documents.
So my idea was that if they leave, I would hide before and then just sneak into his, I don't know where he so
like look around the house trying to find stuff.
Yes, something like that.
Okay. I mean, you can definitely try that. Why don't you give us a stealth check? Let's see what you were doing while the conversations were going on.
Okay, so let's see. I mean, if I am a small, sneaky creature, then I should be sneaking around. So.
Oof.
Let's see how that worked.
You want to spend a hero point?
Yeah, I think I should spend a hero point. It's really unfortunate that we always need to spend a hero point to have some good roll. So wait a minute. So. And it doesn't get much better.
So there is, I think you are checking in. You may be like in one of the other rooms, and one of the servants walks in. Hey, what are you doing in here? This is not.
I was.
Did you find yourself lost?
Not exactly lost. I was just looking for some place to freshen myself up.
I could bring you to the bog, and then we'll.
That is.
And it snaps, and he brings someone in. See, this man is brought to the facilities, and then kindly wait with him when he returns.
Thank you so much. Yes, so
of course.
polite.
So you are, we can picture you sitting outside, and you're sitting across from one of the servants who's sort of looking at you in a bit of an angry way. You've been listening in on what's been happening, and you can see Lady Lillian. It appears that may not be only the captain who's gotten a little loose-lipped with the libations, because Lady Lillian is starting to ask about this mysterious island. Do you wish to inject yourself into the conversation, Basil, or are you going to just see where it goes?
No, I'm just waiting and smiling politely at the other one who was waiting with me there.
Okay, there is a level of focus that you're now seeing from Captain Costigan. He turns to you, Lady Lillian. How did you know? Who told you that Captain Hunter went to that island?
Ooh.
Lady Lillian?
Well.
And the slime that you speak of. What do you talk of? There's more you know. Ms. Dumera, I'm beginning to suspect that you're not here just to have a friendly conversation with me. Why do I feel like I'm being interrogated in the most polite kind of way? What's your business here?
Oh, come now, Captain. I'm sure we're not quite as rough as some other interrogators. Well, I'm
not sure how you handle your manners, Ms. Lady Aurelius, but in my case, a guest in one's home does not arrive and start trying to interrogate them for information.
No, but I think the lady is just imagining certain things as to what possibly could have transpired here. She heard your story, and
Well, now you're
join
fabricating
dots
things.
which may not be there.
Do you intend to answer my question, Lady Lillian?
I'm going to say, well, I'm sorry if I've upset you, but it does sound very similar to some of the other things we've heard recently.
Oh, then tell me who's heard it. Who told you? What's this about an island and that Captain Hunter?
Can I try a diplomacy roll to make it all seem like
it's gonna be
nothing
pretty,
but speculation and gibberish?
This is his back is most definitely up right now for a reason. You can try. So give us a. That's pretty good. I think what he says is that
the lady is hearing of stories and trying to join. I think your revelation set her mind ablaze. It was no, for me, I'm still just worried about, my godfather here.
Well,
and I'm not sure that has anything to do with your story.
He stares kind of angrily, and you get a sense, Lady Lillian, of what kind of master of a ship he may have been. He glares at you and then looks back at Sally and softens and says, well, perhaps I've spoken too. I should have been more restrained in sharing my memories. It really is truly such is the impression that you've left on me, Ms. Dumer. A true treasure, and I hope that this is not the last time that we'll meet each other. If you do excuse me, though, I am feeling quite fatigued, which you take as a polite way of like he's 3 sheets to the wind.
Tired and emotional.
It has been a very fulfilling encounter with you, Ms. Dumer, and I hope it isn't the last time that we'll see you at my door.
Absolutely not. Somebody who's got such an understanding of my people, I'd love to talk more.
Most definitely. Thank you, Ms. Dumer. And he looks at you, and then his face hardens when he sees you, Lady Lillian. Lady Aurelius. And, Wadsworth! And from one of the side doors, a man walks in. Our ladies will be taking their leave of us now. Thank you, ladies. And a merry Yule to you both. He turns and sits back down in a more comfortable seat, and Wadsworth leads you guys out. You find Basil waiting outside, exchanging glares with or eye contact with a servant sitting across from him in the hall. And you guys are escorted out of Captain Costigan's house. So as you guys meet outside, you have an opportunity to debrief.
Indeed. So we'll shed this thing. So it looks like my people are somehow tied into this. But I can assure you, not something day-to-day of my people. This is something obscure, some obscure cult or tradition that I've never heard of. But it looks like this island has been bumped into more than once.
I don't suspect that you are personally in some way responsible for that. No, I'm not. But I'm more fearful. So he told you this story, and he was meeting with Captain Hunter. And it seems to us that like this Captain Hunter has been to the same island. He must have killed then, or his men must have killed some of your folks then to get into the possession of the artifacts and the stuff.
I find it hard to believe the captain would do that.
Yeah, but how else would this happen?
Well, maybe it's a secret temple where they were stored, and the captain snuck in, and maybe there was traps. So they may be storing these things as like ritual objects.
Yeah,
maybe the captain found where they're hiding. He might not have had to kill anyone.
Yeah. But... Okay. So anyway, so I think so. If these artifacts are there to summon a giant crab, if I understand you correctly. So we don't want this beast here.
What, Sally, from your earlier success on your occultism check, to think of it as a giant crab is to woefully underestimate what this thing represents. It is a supernatural manifestation of a phenomenally old and forgotten magic, capable of many things that are powers from a more primal time.
An elder one, almost.
Warping of minds, shaping of space and time and perception. It is a much more insidious and pernicious threat than simply just a physically impressive crustacean.
So let's imagine that there is this cult of people here that are interested in getting some taps on this kind of magic. So wouldn't it be reasonable to expect that this captain here is somehow part of them?
Possibly. But if it's like Caleb stole something or abstracted the artifacts, they may just be trying to recover it. So maybe they are the wronged party here and not necessarily totally evil. So they may just be trying to recover their stuff and not... maybe we don't want to antagonize them in case they go on a rampage to the city. But whether you're right, maybe the cult has other motives, but maybe the Sally's people just want to recover their religious artifacts.
So, I mean, I maybe have I only overheard your conversation through the door, but didn't that guy just ask you whether you could control this beast if you had the stuff, Sally?
Yep.
So
He did, so yes, possibly.
So, I mean, so maybe he is in possession of the items? Or he wants to be in possession of the items and try to summon this thing and to control it. I wouldn't put it past him. So, and I believe that Captain Hunter is already transformed into some being, and there's maybe not a little chance of getting him back into a human form again.
So where do you guys wish to? Do you want to? Are you heading back to the Shadow Illumination's office?
I think we should. Yeah.
I think so. Yes.
So there is word from two sources that you find when you get back.
That's great.
First, Lady Desmond is not exaggerating in her reach because she has been able to track down information about who may be behind the burglary. That person is a man named Harlan Wheeler. And you guys can give us a society or underworld lore check to see if you know who Harlan Wheeler is.
So let's see.
Roll20 is continuing to hate me. We had an epic game the other day, including having people thrown off a 2,000-foot cliff.
So I think I will re-roll that one. So
okay, go ahead.
I'm so annoyed with this roll-20 rolls, but I think I will roll a 1 this time.
There.
That's a 19 then.
So you've had dealings. This is Harlan Wheeler. Harlan Wheeler is a very, very old dwarf who has, basically he is, if you need to arrange for, robberies or like specific thefts to occur, he's a great man to know. Kind of like a low-life version, sort of Lady Desmond. And from what Lady Desmond tells you is that Harlan is behind the theft, the burglary, at the Walker's residence. Oh, sorry, the Hunter residence, Captain Hunter's house.
Behind the first or the second? Maybe the second.
Second.
Yes.
Yeah.
And the first one was the captain himself, I suppose. Yeah.
If you speak to Wheeler, he may be able to give you more information, but she was able to indirectly. She says that she trusts Basil to further expand on Wheeler's, knowledge, or explore Wheeler's knowledge. The other word that you got is from Captain Withers. Captain Withers has sent over word. So Basil, you can either stop by or give him, write him back, I suppose. But he says he has some information. There is, two bits that were left with you. One, the name that they've given you is Dr. Elizabeth Green. That apparently is the person from the 9th Medical Corps who was in attendance with the constabulary at the Captain Hunter's home. The other bit is he asks, I guess it's a bit of a friendly note, and he asks what kind of, trouble has this Captain Hunter been up to, because 2 of his former crews, or at least 2 of his crew, have managed to, in the last couple of weeks, get themselves in trouble with the law. There's a man who he says named Bert Enright, who got himself arrested about 3 weeks back. And there's a man named Isaac Coghill who got himself killed trying to break into someone's house 2 weeks ago.
Which house?
It's the house of someone named Porter Sapping, a merchant. I'll put the name in there too. Those are both the oarsmen. Enright's issue apparently was some kind of disagreement with a pawnbroker, a dealer in illicit goods. He apparently sold something to the pawnbroker and wanted to get it back.
Yeah, I see.
And things got violent from there. Sapping seems to claim that he had no knowledge of it, but the suspicion that they've got is that there's some kind of connection between Sapping and Coghill. Just Sapping. They're assuming is something untoward. Strange that a person, some assailants can be pretty rough, but like to randomly break into someone's home and find themselves shot dead in there, it's unusual.
So I would imagine that the sailors tried to sell the amulets or some coins or so, and then try to get them back.
Maybe they started to transform and they were compelled to retrieve the objects.
Yes, I suppose, yeah.
Maybe we could go find the body of... If you've got access with your police contact, see what sort of shape he's in. If he's got gills.
Fortunately, that the body of Coghill is in a potter's field now.
And maybe he's just given. So the amulet is now with someone else who will then transform instead. So that might be the case. So, I mean, it would be enough if we could find out where they will likely meet. So imagine whoever now transforms will form a circle like this again and conjure this thing in our city. That would be really bad. So maybe we can find out where that would be.
Well, is this Porter Sapping someone we should pursue?
Yeah,
I think so. Is he? I wonder if he's known to the authorities, as they say.
You guys can give either a society or underworld lore. The underworld lore will be a lower target number or difficulty class.
I'll try society.
Okay.
And maybe someone a bit more underworlding.
So none of you guys have heard of this guy before. You're not aware of them, though. You know, Sally, with a roll that good, you know who might have an insight would be Lady Desmond. If someone's trying to, jump up and make a play for, a part in this sort of smuggling operation, or the, antiquities trade, as it were, she would probably know better than anybody.
So indeed, it's time to Ms. Lillian to have another word with her.
Well, the other thing that strikes me, presumably the inspector they have a card index or some sort of like record of people. Maybe we could telegram or ring them up. I mean, otherwise we could go back to...
I didn't catch that.
Sorry, we could ring up the constabulary and say, well, we've heard that this Mr. Sapping is potentially involved. Does he have a record?
Well, I mean, the note that Basil got, they said they thought that there was probably something more to Sapping's story than what he told, but they didn't have any proof of it.
Okay, so he's not a person of interest. Well, yes, I mean, we could contact Lady Desmond. I mean, obviously, we maybe don't want to give her too much information because we don't want them to end up in her hands in case she sells them to someone irresponsible.
I think we should try to retrieve them for her and just give her one or two or so, and then believe that you need all of them to do the ritual.
Well, we hope, otherwise just part of the city gets destroyed. I mean, I think Lillian is quite interested about maybe going back to the ship with all of us and seeing if we can capture or talk to this other thing. Because I get the feeling that maybe they may be interested in recovering things. And they're not some sort of evil monster who's out to rampage through the city, though I could be wrong.
Or, I mean, it could be completely opposite. You have to do this kind of a conjuration with the 7 people in order to control the thing, so it goes to sleep every 20 years or something.
As a reminder, Sally's recollection of the folklore is regarding this is that the 7 sages of sorrow are the things that are called forth, and then they are the ones that bring the grudge butcher or the bringer of ancient wrath upon. And those 7 sages of sorrow are, powerful and, wise and dangerous spirits that are called forth. And it's something that it's sort of this is the, Azarketi equivalent of like a boogeyman type thing. Like this is it is not something you call on lightly. It's not like, hey, I'm going to disagree with my neighbors, we'll bring this upon. To call on the 7 sages of sorrow and have them bring forth the grudge butcher or the vendetta beast. This is I want to annihilate and leave nothing of my enemies.
Yeah, but why then would they? So The thing I don't understand is how could this other captain then have seen this ritual perform?
Sorry?
So imagine that they were conjuring this vendetta beast, so it must have annihilated something. So I think that must be a world-shattering event. So we would have heard about that or something.
What Sally can tell you is that to have such a perspective that you understand how the world is shaped from living above the waves is the height of arrogance.
Exactly. You don't know what was going on in the underwater empires.
So you mean they were conjuring it to do something under the water? Okay, yeah.
Possibly. It sounds like you do need all 7.
Yeah, but I mean, yeah, okay. So,
but maybe we need to do something about this. Investigate further this porter sapping.
yeah. At least we should. So, Porter Sapping was the merchant that was in this, yes?
Yep.
Yeah.
Well, that struck me. If there's a telephone system, there is telephone directories. Could we look him up? If he's a merchant, he's probably got a phone.
So, Mo, you don't necessarily need to think quite so literally in this. You guys can find, if what you're trying to achieve is find the information, you don't necessarily need to.
Yeah.
There would be a way. That's why you have that as an action in the game, the gather information rule.
Yeah. So I think it is no problem to find him and to visit him also. But do we suspect he is in this, or do we suspect that he has just bought one of the amulets or the scepter? Or
I think that's more likely, and then someone wanted to get it back. So I think he might just be a businessman who's bought something possibly dodgy, but I think he might be just that and not a cultist. But yeah, I think maybe talking to him.
I think this Harlan Wheeler is not a cultist, but he would be maybe someone like a cultist had given him the task to find those. So I think with Wheeler we could arrange a deal. I don't know if we can do the same thing with this Sapping, but let's go for Sapping. I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. You were all going to try and meet with Mr. Sapping?
Yes.
Okay. Mm-hmm. So Mr. Sapping's home is I'm going to go back to, let's see here. Let's use this. His home is in a not particularly well off, but in a reasonably pleasant neighborhood in Paridar. It's the kind of thing where, you are in the upper middle class. And not quite the upper, but you're an up-and-comer. And it is probably about midday. And the one thing you notice... which of you has... I thought there was... Oh, it's probably Basil. Basil, what you can notice is that while the curtains are open everywhere, there is one main floor that would look out into the street that has the curtains closed on it.
Yeah.
So you head up and you knock on the door, and a woman, a middle-aged human woman, answers the door and sort of looks over you all. Yes, can I help you?
We are looking for Porter Sapping, I'm sorry.
She sort of, her voice catches. I'm afraid that Porter is indisposed and is unable to meet with visitors, perhaps another time. And she goes to try and close the door.
I think we will try to get the foot into the door and just say, it is urgent, it's life-threatening.
Okay. Would you like to... Are you trying to ingratiate yourself to her, or are you trying to assert yourself over her?
I would try to intimidate her because I have this intimidating glare.
Sure.
I wouldn't even have to say a thing. I would just stare at her.
Go ahead and give us an intimidation check, please.
A Paddington look.
Oh, everyone gets a hero point as well.
Yeah, so I would just use it.
Easy come, easy go.
Yeah. It is unbelievable, and there is no luck.
So Basil puts his foot in the door, and it starts to close, and he sort of glares at her. Fortunately, that's actually good enough. It seems that she is in quite a state. So she sort of, her tears begin welling up in her eyes, and she says, "Who are you? Have you come to help him?"
We hope. We hope we are not too late.
She comes in. Who are you?
Shadow in illumination in investigation agency.
I'm Adele. I'm Porter's wife, and you hear from somewhere in deeper in the house a voice come, and it's a man's voice, but it has a strange quality to it. Almost like a gurgling. Send them away!
So
Adele, send them away!
Is his skin becoming translucent?
You've not seen him. You don't know who the
No,
source of it is.
I just asked her.
She looks at him. How do you know?
Yeah, he's called the cooties. I don't know.
Are you physicians?
Kind of.
Mm-hmm.
Then, please. And she says, he's insisted that no one come in and see him. He won't even come and eat. And he smells like he's rotting.
I'll say, but I'm a medic. I've been treating other people with this condition. Can I? Oh, no, that's not so
Hero
good.
point that?
Why not?
Okay. Yeah. Shush, please. You've got to help him. Madam, please. And you can hear, no, send them away. From inside his study where the doors are closed. She gestures at it, like trembling as if something terrifying is behind it. And she says, he sits in the dark and waits. His flesh stinks of fish.
Yeah.
And his skin is pale. I worry it breaks. And his voice. You hear his voice. It's that damn thing I told him he should not have bought it.
Yeah, it's the amulet, we know, yeah.
How do you know?
Yeah. It's poisonous.
Oh, she drops to the ground and is just weeping.
I will comfort her and say, there. We are one of the premier investigation agencies, so we know a lot of things now. Calm down.
She looks up, her tears. I thought you said you were a physician.
No,
I'm
she
a
is.
Sally did.
I am.
So
Please help him.
shall I calm her down while you two go and see Mr. Porter?
Yep. So let's nip on in to see Fishy Porter.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll try and calm her down and get her to calm down. Maybe
Sure.
have a.
Why don't you give us a
stiff brandy
diplomacy
or
check?
something. Yeah, she's obviously not nobles. Unless you think as a noble I could leverage that to sort of calm her down.
She's definitely not of the aristocracy.
No. Okay, yeah. I'll hero point that, I think.
Sure, go ahead. Yeah, you're sitting on a ton. Oh my. So she's not but it's not made. It's not. It's a failure, so it just means that you're not improving. It doesn't mean that you've made it worse. So she is waiting, and Lady Lillian is comforting her as best you can. Basil and Sally, you make your way over to the door. There is a key in the door where the lock has been turned, apparently. So you'll have to turn it and unlock. And you hear from inside as the clicking of the lock hits, that voice once again.
No! Send them away! Send them away!
What do you guys do?
Time to go in, I think.
Yes.
So the
I have this wonderful sap. I think I should just have it ready in order to.
okay, and
I think there's use to it.
you hear the rumbling of the door as it opens up, and the entire like lounge or whatever their living room is completely in darkness. Sitting room, I guess, completely in darkness. You can see the slight, that haze of you get from when a heavy curtain is drawn and there's little bits of light are going through. You can make out both Sally and Basil. You are gifted with the ability to see in such conditions. There is a figure sitting in a high, like, wingback chair, covered in blankets to the point where the head is partly covered as well too. And he holds something in two hands before him, and you can hear the sound, now that it is cast aside, you can hear the sound of his like a sickening wet breathing, someone with a sickness of the lungs, you would think, and the smell. It's like the small sample that Lady Lillian had retrieved, only much, much worse.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
What do you guys do?
So.
Go away.
Say.
Leave
It's time to give
me.
up. It's time to give up your amulet, sir.
No. No.
And then his voice kind of gurgles out, and it's a word that, Basil, you don't understand. But it is something that is clearly understood by you, Sally. This time, not with the clumsy enunciation that you heard Mrs. Hunter give. It is perfect. I'll go through. Vendetta.
Vendetta against who, I reply.
In what language?
In
Common?
Algotha.
Okay. He sort of stirs and looks at you, and though it's a human, and a middle-aged human, an unimpressive, balding, merchant, at some point, you feel as if something much older is looking at you through those eyes.
So, vendetta against who?
And it just sits back down and stares, and you can see cupped in its hand, obviously, is the amulet.
Yeah, I think we will have to use non-lethal force here. So I would move in and try to use my sap.
And trying to use which?
My sap. So so I think it's a bag filled with something, I suppose.
Oh, sap. Okay, sorry.
Yes. Yeah, my English. I'm sorry.
No, that's okay. It was my hearing. So if you move in and you're trying to deploy that, then I think what we're going to do, guys, is drop into initiative. Yeah, let me clear the thing here. All turns clear. Everyone click on your token. I think it's perception everyone is using here.
Yeah, for some.
Do you want me to modify?
Modify yours? No. Use perception.
No, it's just because I'm in another room. Maybe I'm.
Oh, that's fine.
not as
We'll get
perceptive.
you in orders here. So make sure you click on your token and then click on the initiative button, not the perception button.
Oh, I got sorry.
Oh yes, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
I should know this. Yeah.
Okay. And Ms. Dumer?
All right. Got so many screens up.
Yeah, that's okay. Oh, and I'll roll for this thing here.
Oh, there's a top score.
Okay. go. All right, so then let's find a... This will do. It's not quite right, but... And... Whew. Okay. All right. So, let me just quickly put everyone in order here. This is a little more actione, so let's get something a little more... All right, and I'll get the... Oh, no, see, not edit. Hidden to editors. There we go. Okay, and below... You guys can see the bar, but not the numbers, correct?
So, I'm sorry, I was just...
You can see the bar, but not the numbers?
I just about not the numbers yet.
Perfect.
It's off to the side of it. Yeah.
All right, so then, start around here. I just want to make sure the music wasn't too loud. All right, so further on, as you move your way in, Basil, and you get your sap out, you don't have to spend an action doing that. This Mr. Sapping appears to know what your intent is, and he springs up and races over to you, and he is going to... His hands, you can see, have begun to malform. And what is your armor class, Basil?
I think it was 16 or 17, I think now. It's quite bad, but 17, yes.
17? Okay. So he first will try and rake you with his claws. Oh, fuck me. So that is a hit. And he rakes across you. That is 6 points of damage. Mm-hmm. And then he follows up. You can see he opens his mouth. And his teeth, his human teeth, have given way to long, translucent things, almost like an anglerfish. Mm-hmm. He has -4 to this, because agile. Fortunately, that misses. He's not able to get in on you. So, Basil, he is on top of you. Lillian, you can hear the sound of that going on. Basil, what are you doing? 3 actions.
Yeah, so I would think now that it's time to devise a stratagem, which I would like to include Sally in. So I would hope that I will just try to get some flank in her to make him flat-footed.
Okay.
So let's see how this works out. Yeah, I should. So there, so it is 11. I don't know if an 18 will hit him.
Are you spending your action to try?
No, you have. I think you have to tell me.
No, I don't. You choose whether you're doing that, and then you decide. Click on your ability.
Oh yeah. Okay. So. Minute.
There we go. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. If you choose to use it, that's how you learn.
Oh yeah.
So what do you think?
Yeah, I think so. But I think the 7 was the wrong number. But nevertheless, yeah, I will attack. Otherwise, I don't know how it will work.
Okay. So then you have now +8 to hit, right? Because of your intelligence plus things. That is enough to connect. Go ahead, roll damage.
Oh, that is surprising. So I wouldn't have thought. So it's 2d6 then, 1d6 for normal and
nice.
So it's 8.
All right.
So I used the pistol, but the damage is the same. So.
Yeah. So you and hit him across the face. Those are, I believe, 2 of your actions. You still have 1 more if you like.
Yeah, and I think I will. So he's. I think I will move behind him, just. So around him, and he's flat-footed to Sally now.
Okay, here we go. Lady Lillian, you are currently comforting Mrs. Sapping, but you can hear something as unnatural, a snarl, and you heard Basil call out.
Excuse me, I need to deal with this. Right, I'm now going to experiment with my various powers. So I'm going to cast the light on my fist.
Okay.
And then go into
so
the...
a light is what, a 1 or 2 action?
It's...
Click.
Yeah, hang on, let's click on it and that'll tell us.
So that's 2 actions. Okay. And then what would you like to do?
I'm just thinking, what have I got? A 1 action 1.
You draw your weapon. Your weapon is not currently out. Mo, are you listening?
Well, my fist is out.
Okay.
If I do 2 actions, then 2 actions, can I then be in the stance 1 action into next turn, if you see what I mean?
Remember, to get into your stance, that takes an action.
No, I need...
The Arcane Cascade
Oh, right,
you're talking
sorry,
about?
no, yes. So 2 actions to cast the light spell on the fist.
Yep.
Which is a weapon. And then 1 action to go in the stance.
Okay, so you're in your Arcane Cascade now, yep.
Yeah.
All right.
I've
Sally.
got it, so we might as well play with this to see how it works.
Absolutely, yeah. Sally, you're up next. What are you doing?
So does it take an action to move close enough to him,
One
or
strike,
am I already close
1 action
enough?
to get in.
Okay, 1 action to get in.
And you have 2 more actions. What would you like to do?
Oh. It looked pretty lethal damage that Basil got given.
Most definitely.
So I'll go to my tiger stance.
Yeah. All right. Now 1 more action.
And then I use my flurry of blows.
Sounds awesome. Go ahead and make your first attack and then your second attack.
So and he's flat-footed.
Click on the buttons at the top.
Oh, right.
We'll
Sorry.
count that as a hit. That's actually a critical. So go ahead and click on the second one. We'll take the click on the full thing. We'll take the critical result. Okay, so 6 points of damage. Poof. And then go ahead and make your second attack. Oh, and critical, it's actually got ongoing bleeding then because of your tiger stance.
Yep.
Second one is a miss. You want to spend a hero point to reroll?
I'll keep it for now.
Okay. So then it is taken. Go ahead and... yeah, it's up next. Go ahead and roll 1d4. He's bleeding now from your tiger stance. 1 point of damage. Okay. Better than nothing. All right, so on he turns to you, Sally. Did not like that. Gonna try and rake you with his claws first. What's your armor class?
19.
19. Okay, so I need a 9 to hit you. It's a miss. Swings the first one at you, rakes wide. He's gonna follow up with a second claw. This now I need a 13 to hit you. Misses. And then he will spend the final one to step back to try and get away from flanking. Oh, hi, Anna. Hi, sweetie. Who are you yelling at? Over here. Thank you. All right, next up is Basil.
Yeah. So that's my fault that I don't know my abilities. So I guess actually to devise a strategy should have been a free action, but nevertheless, I will try this again and you decide whether it's free or not.
So you're looking around the room, trying to see what thing you could take advantage of here, how best to take this thing down.
Yeah. So and because he's part of my investigation, I suppose, but nevertheless. So no, that was certainly not very good. So I don't find anything to I don't see a weakness right now.
Yeah.
So I guess I will do something really stupid and try to intimidate him.
Okay.
Yeah, and I will do this staring stuff again.
Okay.
Because
try and demoralize him.
Yes.
Go right ahead.
So, and this is with intimidation, and let's see how this works out. No.
Okay. You still have, I think, 2 actions. Anything?
Yes. And then I will move at least behind him. I can do that.
Yeah, you can do it as a step.
So, yes, and
one more action.
Yeah.
That's Anna. Sorry.
Yeah, I'm not so sure. Maybe. Yeah. No, I will just. I will have a second swing at him.
You could.
No, I will have to. Yes, I have to take the one. No, yeah, I will just hit into the air or something.
Okay, so you swing as best you can. Sadly, is a miss. But good to know what your capabilities are. Now, Lady Lillian, what are you doing next? 3 actions.
Yeah, I'm also. Well, how far away am I? And also, I have this.
You
plus
are
10
probably
speed.
2 strides away right now to get to them.
Is this with a plus 10 feet? Because I'm in the stance.
Yeah, no, one stride to get into the room.
Right, I'll go into the room and then I will. 2 actions to spell strike, isn't it?
Yep.
But do I need an action for the punch as well, or is it just
the spell strike combines both into one.
Combines with.
Yep.
Right, and I'm going
what
to this,
spell are you spell striking with? Like flame bolt's probably the one that is most effective.
Well, I want to do non-lethal, so just let me have a look, see what I can.
Spell strike's not the thing to use then.
Well, in that case, I won't do that. I will just punch him unarmed.
Okay.
Unarmed punch. But this does give me a bonus to the damage. So this is non-lethal. So I'm trying to just. I'm trying to.
Yeah. So you got +3 damage to whatever you're rolling here. That is good enough to hit. And you do 7 points of non-lethal damage to it. You have 1 more action left. Anything you wish to do? You can attack a second time if you like.
Yeah, I think attack a second time because he's not open to.
Yeah, click on number 2. Oh, the one with the damage. That is a hit. And go ahead and just roll a second one, and then we'll take the damage from it. Remember to always roll on the one that rolls both, please.
Sorry, I must have just.
That's okay. No, it's totally fine. All right. So second hit, that's another 7 points of damage. So awesome.
I imagine she's using Baritsu a bit like Sherlock does.
Yeah,
sort of...
Love it. All right, Ms. Dumer, you're up next. What are you doing? 3 actions.
I'll do my tiger stance again.
You're in tiger stance. You don't need to spend additional actions.
Okay, yep. So I will go for a smack. I realize I should be rolling 1d8 when I hit.
Oh, flat-footed. That's actually a critical hit. So once again, another bleeding wound on him.
And that should be 1d8 plus 1, right?
Yes. Is it rolling 1d8?
I think it's rolling 1d6.
No, 1d6. So I'll have to add. Oh, I should have added the d4. Oh, and your crit is actually undersized as well too. Your crit should be a 1d6 because you're a monk. I'm gonna add. There you go.
Same.
Yeah. Okay. We'll roll 1 more because actually your crit might be better. You have a second. Should be double damage. So go 1 more 1d8 plus 1, and he's unconscious, bleeding out. So he is down on the ground, and you can hear Mrs. Sapping scream out, "No, Porter!"
Just someone take the amulet, and I try to heal him or at least stabilize him.
Can I grab some window drapes or curtains or something and try and not touch it, and maybe just move it to one side, but not let it touch my hands? I'm also wearing gloves, of course.
Yep. So you carefully scoop this thing up.
Shove it to one side, and don't want to get too close to it.
So that means that Lady Lillian, you have for one thing, as the curtains are pulled down, light is suddenly streams in here, and you can see his skin is almost like fish belly white and translucent and oily. There is a physical transformation that this man is undergoing that is, would very shortly leave him completely non-human.
Hopefully reported in time.
The amulet appears to have it's in a style that is completely unfamiliar to you, Lillian. But what it depicts is some kind of creature. I mean, a crab is probably the best frame of reference you could think of, but there are 7 eyes crudely carved into here that look like, not crudely, they're very detailed, but in an unusual style, 7 eyes in the back of this crab.
Ooh.
And you
I'll cover it.
Yeah. What do you guys wish to do next?
Does Basil need help with medicine, or?
Yeah, that was actually what I wanted to do, but yeah.
Yep.
So if he has got the amulet, I can try to fix him, maybe.
Give us a medicine check. Let's see if you can figure out what is wrong with this guy.
Yeah, if we could help him at all. It's not clear, I suppose, but... So, let's see.
Well, maybe some of the priests could help.
Yeah, 1.
Yeah, no, so he's dead. I'm sorry.
I think there's the bleeding. You're trying to get to him. What you realize, Basil, is like, what the hell is he? And he slowly shudders. And it sounds like, to you, Sally, like the last gasp of a fish out of water. And there's a look of, Sally, you saw this before when that thing was staring at you. There was that intensity to its expression, and it shudders, and then there is a look of calm that comes across this transformed man's face. And you almost can hear, maybe your imagination is playing tricks on you, over the wailing of the wife who comes racing over. You think you hear, go through again. Vendetta. What do you guys do?
Is he dead?
I think he's dead, yeah. that's
well,
when
it
they
sounded
stop
like
breathing, and so they're dead. I'm sorry.
Well, the fact that he sounded like a fish out of water, maybe if we put him in a bath and submerged him, he might revive.
He's still bleeding out, and his blood is this fish stinking ichor more than human blood.
Yeah.
Oh dear.
So.
As a doornail.
Yeah.
So, what do you guys intend? What do you guys intend to do in here? The wife wants to call the constabulary.
Yeah, and she should do. I mean.
Okay.
And so I would say he was a part of. He I don't know. He was injected some deadly poison, and we came too late. Sorry.
Okay. So you guys, what you hear from her, so he apparently purchased, he purchased this off of a cousin of a laborer who works for him. Someone who is the warehouse foreman. He is the cousin of Isaac Coghill. And what he heard is that Coghill wanted to sell this amulet, this thing he came across in his voyages, but didn't want to go through official channels. And Sapping was happy to buy it from him. However, it seems that there was some buyer's remorse, and they caught Coghill trying to break in and steal this thing back. So Sapo shot him dead. They didn't talk about it much, but there was that same fishy stink that came off of Coghill's body as well.
So Mr. Sapping killed the other guy.
Mr. Sapping bought it off of him, bought the amulet off of Coghill, who's a cousin of his warehouse foreman. And then Coghill came back and seemed maddened, and they shot him dead. And when he did, he died. He had that same stink that was on Sapping's body. She thought it was a curse. It was some kind of horrible curse. But Sapping refused to let her go to a priest or a physician or anything like that.
Oh, I think she's right.
I think
it does her.
Yeah, I think we need to go to the Church of the Heavenly Host and just have this amulet destroyed. Whatever happens.
Find as well. As you guys are waiting, there is constabulary who show up, and I think there's probably one among them, a Sergeant Basil, who you know as well.
Yeah.
And curiously, there is a coach that pulls up out front, and then a person disembarks. Oh, hold on, I gotta edit this. There we go.
Sounds very elven, this.
There we go. And a well-dressed elven woman in a coat disembarks and makes her way in. She makes no effort to introduce herself. She simply speaks a few curt words to the sergeant and then goes in to study the body. You guys are free to interact with her, though. If you wish.
I'm going to watch her.
Everyone gets a hero point, too.
I'm going to watch her have a look at the body and see if I can pick her brains. Just think she knows what's happened.
Okay. So why don't you give us a diplomacy check?
Does she look noble?
Uncertain. Definitely, she's of means and she's educated. So you can make use of your courtly graces if you like.
I don't think. Yeah, let's.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Okay. So what do you say, Lady Lillian, as you walk over?
Well, I'm going to sort of let her investigate for a bit and then sort of lead off with, well, this is very interesting. I've heard of similar cases. Have you? Just trying to get her to open up and say, "Oh yeah."
She looks up. She says, "I'm sorry. Have we met?"
Oh no, I'll introduce myself as Lillian Aurelius, or possibly she might even say Aurelius.
Remember, you are Lady Lillian Aurelius.
Oh no, I was doing the thing of using only your noble name, but I didn't realise that was a thing here. Yes, and I'll say, well, yeah, I've heard of this before. Have you seen any more? This poor gentleman.
So she hasn't introduced herself yet.
Well, I introduced myself, and presumably for good manners, she's supposed to respond.
Yeah. Dr. Elizabeth Green.
And I'll... Okay. Nice to meet you, Dr. Green.
What have you heard of this? You've seen something similar? What have you seen?
We've heard rumours that this gentleman was infected by someone else, who then attacked him and had similar, but not quite as advanced, and I'll point to the body.
Purchased what? An object of some kind?
I don't know. All we know is the person came back in an excited state and attempt to attack, and he was shot in self-defense.
What have you guys done with the amulet? You would have had time.
Amulet? Yeah,
she's not asking you. I'm asking you as the DM.
Yeah, I think we'd have hidden it, wrapped up in a curtain somewhere. And then we were going to sort of take it to be destroyed.
Not even remotely good enough. What is it you're specifically doing?
How long did we have between the end of the combat and us sort of like putting the curtain over and her arriving?
At least half an hour. So you have ample amounts of time. However, you do have a witness who's going to be here the entire time, right? So if you guys have an idea, let's hold on, Mo. Let's let everyone jump in.
Yeah.
What are you guys thinking of doing here?
So I can just use sleight of hand and just make it. I don't know. Without her noticing, I would.
In your cheek pouches.
Yeah, no, I would hide it in Sally's bags or something. So if Sally carries something, so she could believe that I still have it, but in truth, I have already.
If you're using sleight of hand, you're going to need to have just the amulet, or just the amulet wrapped in something small. If it's wrapped up in curtains, the way that Lillian described, that's harder to. Right? Picture there's a difference. I completely agree with the using thievery for sleight of hand if you're just going to do just the amulet, or just the amulet and something small wrapping it. But in the curtain, that's effectively like trying to sleight of hand a pillow, right?
Yeah. No, that won't work. Yeah, I see.
Well, could we just chop some of the curtain up and just make a small pouch, as it were?
You guys are tailors, or?
Well, just
can I sneak out?
Can you? Sorry.
Can I sneak out?
You
certainly a little diversion.
And hide it somewhere else.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Give us a stealth check. Where are you thinking of hiding it?
Can we also just distract the distraught widow? While Sally's doing that, so she doesn't notice.
Okay.
Is there some vent or something like that?
Is your plan for the contingency? The wife, or the now widow, she will definitely know that it was the amulet, and she knows that you guys had it last. So do you have a contingency for kind of explaining that?
She's a distraught widow. And maybe I'll make her a strong tea, and maybe is there some strong liquor we can put in?
You're trying to poison her?
No, we're just going to make some tea to calm her down, and maybe take her in the kitchen and say, well, you need a cup of tea, sit down, and try and comfort her that way.
That doesn't.
You're basically trying to distract her so she doesn't see Sally disappear.
No. You're not
could we not just claim that the amulet disappeared when this guy transformed?
Yeah.
No, I think she has seen it already. She came in when we were just trying to take it away, so we couldn't.
I think if you guys use deception, I think you guys might be able to gaslight her into thinking that that's what happened.
Yeah, I could try.
She is in a very distraught state at this point.
Yeah,
so
if you see it just vanished into thin air. So this will be a combination of things. Who do you think is going to be? There's going to be a sleight of hand involved here to sort of make her not notice it, and there's going to be a deception roll. What do you guys? Who would like to make those?
I have an idea. Maybe I could.
Is there a stealth to hide it?
And stealth to hide it, yeah.
I think an event or something.
Okay.
I was going to suggest that if we're going to make her think it disappeared, I could use ghost sounds to make a sort of popping thing, as if it just popped out of existence. Could I use that to try and help the deception?
You need to be faster than that. One of you guys, I think.
Oh, okay, yeah. It's just an idea. I was looking at my spells.
Lady Lillian, do you have? No, and it's a good idea. Just that I think that your hands will be busy. Ghost sound, I think, has a somatic component, and if you're going to be the one who does the sleight of hand, Basil, how's your deception?
My deception is 6, and
that's not bad. And Sally, I think, is the strongest for stealth. So, Lady Lillian, why don't you give us a sleight of hand check here? Let's start the thing rolling and see if the widow noticed that you dropped that thing into the curtain.
I don't really have sleight of hand, so do I just do a roll?
Thievery. Make a thievery check, please.
Yeah, so yes, that's a bit more. I think I'll hero point that.
Okay, go right ahead. Fortunately, the difficulty class is not that. That is actually good enough to get that. Now, Basil, you want to give us
I will try to use deception. Maybe she's still afraid of me.
This is part of your investigation, so you will get that +1 as well. Ooh.
Oh, I will use my hero point. I couldn't have rolled. I could have rolled, but only slightly worse. Yeah. So.
So she's pretty irate that that you would have had something to do with it. Sally, you want to give us a stealth check for concealing the object? So basically the 23 is what is going to be needed for anyone to locate where the thing is. You've safely hidden it. You can tell us where you think that security thing is, but...
I think it's in an air vent. I'm sure it must have something. We had it in the last house.
Yeah.
So...
Oh, yeah, right.
Not somewhere that anybody's going to look under the bed, something obvious like that.
So then what do you guys, when Dr. Green is speaking to you, we'll cut back to here. She says the widow, she spoke of an amulet that the man had, that the deceased had. Do you know anything about this, Lady Lillian?
Were we saying it disappeared, or it was never there? Sorry, she's out of character. I mean, unfortunately it disappeared after the poor man died.
Would you give us a deception check, please?
I mean, this poor woman, she's seen her husband transformed and die in front of her. So terrible, terrible. Hero point.
Go right ahead.
I'm not the only one with bad luck.
So, Dr. Green's, her long, lustrous eyebrows are kind of one arched up. Indeed.
Yes, I'm imagining she looks like T'Pol at this point when she's being sarky to the humans.
I don't doubt.
Sheet.
She looks down. She says, "Well, wherever it went, I suspect that this." If this is the effect that it would have on one, then certainly anyone keeping such a thing would find themselves in a place of peril.
Yeah. So, by the way, I imagine so this core. Does this 9th medical core have some kind of I don't know, have they come some kind of core tattoo or something I could recognize whether she was?
She's not wearing any kind of insignia or identification on her.
Oh, okay.
She has something that she showed to the sergeant. Why don't you give us a perception check, Basil? See if you manage to sneak a peek. And also, I'm assuming, who is trained in medicine? Sally or... Yeah? Lady Lillian, why don't you give us a medicine check? See if you can patch up old Basil after the scrap. There you go. Go ahead and give us a 2d8 roll, please. 10. Basil, you thanks to Lady Lillian's first aid, you've recovered 10 hit points.
Yeah, okay, so that's great. I'm healthy again, but...
So you did not spot her ID, but, you guys, both Sally and Basil, you see her talking to... you see Dr. Green speaking to Lady Lillian. You're free to interact with her if you'd like as well.
I could ask the sergeant. I knew she was showing her badge to him also. So, excuse me, Sarge. What kind of badge did she use? I couldn't spot it.
She's from the medical corps.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Busy. Must be some kind of thing. You think it's Basil? You think it's something to do with that serum again? Is it what it's doing to people now, making them into fishes?
I hope not, but who knows? But maybe they are trying to help this time. I don't know.
Oh, well, strange things afoot right now.
Yeah. So I would just plainly ask her. So, are you trying to help, or are you making things worse?
She looks down, and her eyebrows now furrow above her. I'm sorry, who are you?
I'm Basil Rathbone, and I'm just wondering whether whenever there's some weird thing happening in the city, the 9th Medical Corps is around. So my question is just this: are you here to to help the city, or is this one of your experiments gone wrong again?
Her eyes remain fixed on you. And she says, Sergeant. And he walks over, yes, Mum. See this man and his associates off this crime scene. And the constabulary steps forward. And the sergeant looks down and says, come on, Mr. Rathbone, please.
Yeah. We're very happy to leave.
She keeps her eyes on you the whole time as you walk away. You can hear the wailing of the widow in another room, and you guys are escorted outside. Now, you guys are standing on the street outside of Mr. the Sapping's residence. What do you guys wish to do? The amulet is concealed safely. Sally, where did you hide the amulet?
In an air vent.
In the Sapping's house?
Yep, in that room.
Okay.
Yep. Which, in retrospect, I should have stuffed it in a pocket.
Best not to be too close to those sort of things, I think. Though I think Sally might have some natural protection compared to us. But I wouldn't want to risk any injury to Sally.
So I'm just curious. So we left it in the house. So the widow will find it cleaning and then transform into one of those fish things again?
Well, these things happen, you know.
I think we need to
concealed in
recover
a vent, I think, safely. So unless she knew where she was
specifically
looking.
somewhere you wouldn't casually find it.
Yeah, okay.
She rolled a 23 on her stealth check, so it's definitely not something you'd necessarily stumble across.
So yeah, we can come back in 2 days later or so. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, I see.
So what do you guys wish to do now?
I don't know. Well, we could try to find the next one and kill the next fish person. I think there has to be one on the boat.
I think they're fully transformed because they certainly didn't seem particularly human. But I mean, we could go back to the boat tonight and see if we can capture or maybe talk to this other person. But I mean, the question is if they get aggressive, what do we do? Do we try and subdue them? Not kill them this time?
Well, I'm not sure what the subduing gets us.
I think they will just swim away. I mean, so these are creatures that live in the water. So if we don't get them on land, they're just gone.
Those bunks I found, was the slime fresh or dried?
Fresh.
Yeah, I think at least something is living on the boat because they had this sort of like nest with all the slime, and that was still fresh, as it were.
When standing here, it's a slightly nicer day, so there's a little bit of a melt going on. You can hear the rushing of water, Basil. You look over and you think of there are miles and miles of sewers stretching under Paridar as well.
Yeah, so they can hide anywhere in the sewers, or I think if we try to, or if we just we have to secure as many of these amulets as possible, and then hope that it would be enough to counter every ritual or so.
Well, I think the idea of maybe talking to the clergy, I mean, I don't think any of us have got contacts, but maybe if we had someone that could say, well, we can disable them with this ritual or some cleric.
Yeah, I have a contact, but...
Oh.
Yes.
Because then we could try and recover the stashed one and see if they can do anything with it safely.
So of the 7 that came in contact, what is the status of, are there any of them that you know where they are right now?
I guess there's one on the boat, and that's it.
Well, you also
2 on the boat.
Of the 2 oarsmen, remember one was killed. That was Isaac Coghill coming in. Mm-hmm. The other, Bert Enright, was arrested.
Oh.
He's in custody. At least that would be what would make sense.
Okay, well, we could go and try and talk to him, but I suspect our friend Lady Dr. Green will have already done that. But yeah, I mean, let's find out what happened to him.
Okay.
I mean, presumably we've got contacts in the constabulary. Though after the unfortunate incident, I'm not sure whether they're quite as friendly as they used to be.
The constabulary are completely friendly with, or at least the others are completely friendly with Basil. Mm-hmm. The fact that Medical Corps 9 is interfering with this does not affect. They're not as happy to have them mucking about in their investigations any more than what Basil or the rest of you guys are. They just have to listen to them. Is the difference.
Yeah.
Anything else you guys?
Let's go there. I don't know what we should do next or what.
Well, you have not spoken to Harlan Wheeler. You have not followed up with the doctor, and you have not found if Bert Enright is still in the jail.
Yeah. And I just for the record, I think I have 5 minutes left, and then it will be too loud to stream anymore.
Yeah, we're counting down to midnight. We're about time to end the session as well, too. So we'll be wrapping up at midnight for our European players. So let's talk about this then. What do you guys think you're doing for your the remainder of your day?
Yeah, I think we could try to talk to the guy in the arrest cell if he still is there, and maybe check whether he has the amulet or whether this was taken away from, I don't know, him and stored somewhere securely.
So what you find, unsurprisingly, Bert Enright has been seconded. He apparently was sick when arrested, and he was taken in for care and treatment by Medical Corps 9.
And are there any records of whether he had an amulet and whether it was...
You check his arrest records. He did have an amulet with him, and the amulet was likewise taken into possession of Medical Corps 9.
Is there a transfer form saying they were taken to Medical 9 facility XYZ, or is it...
You have to kind of read between the lines. There's no paperwork saying that it was taken in by Medical Corps 9, but there is redacted paperwork that says it was transferred.
Yeah. And
how do you guys
transferred
plan...
to, or is that... Does it say... Can we work out where they were transferred to, or...
No. Medical Corps 9 is... They were they used to be called the Medical Corps. Sorry, what was it? Experimental. Research. They used to be called the 9th Paridar Medical Research Corps, and after the war, they became simply the 9th Medical Corps.
So, I mean, looking at the picture, she looks pretty trustworthy. So she will not destroy the city. That's all.
You do know Dr. Ursprung does have a contact with someone who was associated, who worked with the 9th Medical Corps.
But he didn't trust that guy when we were talking to him the last time, so I don't know if this contact
There
is
are very few people you can trust in the streets of Paridar. So, what do we want to... Oh, I guess the last thing, how do you intend on trying to sneak back in and get that amulet?
I think we'll wait a day and then in the middle of the night come back. So... Sally and we can see in the dark and just get it.
I think it's going to have to be that. It's not ideal, but...
Yeah, I mean, I'm also going to suggest that we try and get some hold of a lead casket that we can put it in for safety's sake. And if we've got time, we can go out and buy something like that.
So why don't you give us, Sally, this is sort of a cutscene here. Sally, why don't you give us a stealth check, please? I mean, you're quite good at that. Nat 20. So this is that's your third nat 20 of the session, I believe, James. So as you Gulls gets a thumbs up.
I have a quick sandwich while I'm in there, and
yeah. What do we see as Sally silently makes her way into this thing?
Oh yes, I slide up the drain pipe, my black satin gown covering me up, and then gently lift up the crack of the window and slide in. You can hardly hear a sound as I just slither in. Swiftly.
In that sitting room, there is a big stain in that the throw rug that's on the ground, the last remnants of Mr. Spall sapping. And you find that the vent entrance where you left things, first, you can smell the scent of that fishy odor. And it is unsurprising then when you see that the vent has been wrenched away, and there is a small broken bit of claw that looks almost translucent, broken to the ground, sitting next to the cast-off covering. And there is no sign of the amulet.
Drat.
What do we end on, guys? Everyone back at Shadow. What do you tell Mrs. Hunter, I suppose? Anything as of yet, or is the investigation ongoing?
Yes, I think we have to say it's ongoing, although it's not looking good, but we'll keep that little bit detailed to ourselves.
We've already seen one traumatized wife, so I don't think we want to see any more.
In the greater picture of things, I mean, if the whole town is going to die, it doesn't really matter if we lied or not.
Well, and I guess the Basil stands in our closing scene will be all of you guys in that room once again. Basil is now sitting before the map with all the pins in it that he had from before, and there's now a new series of pins he is putting into this map of Paridar, both the two rivers that pass through Paridar, the marking of the big spires that are in there, and they are markings between the you have a marking of Captain Hunter's home, you have a marking for where the sapping residence was, and you have a marking of where Dr. Moore is located. Who have you got to question? Your little nose is twitching as you're looking before it. Sally, what are you doing in this final scene? You weren't kidding about the explosions.
I guess I'm going through the waterfront bars, trying to track down the last missing ones, see if I can locate them.
Yeah. See if you find Lynn Keating. Okay, so you're still asking around, asking about the captain, asking about Lynn Keating. Well, Lady Lillian, what do we leave you with?
I'm probably in the office helping Basil with the investigation work, and maybe drawing up a card index of all the various locations. And maybe just doing brainstorming with Basil, or saying, okay, what do we do next? And maybe thinking, well, these things are out there, so what signs of them having the effect would we look for? Maybe if we look in the tabloid newspapers for, like, Green Man runs down the street screaming, or Fish Man seen in the sewers, just look for rumors and other things, maybe.
And with that, Basil, your nose suddenly stops kind of twitching, and you look over. You know who might know about that kind of rumors about fishmen and whatnot? And that's where we end our session. So that's also where we end for our players, where we end 2021. So guys, Happy New Year!
Happy New Year!
For those listening at
Happy
home,
New Year. So.
Thank you so much for joining us for this New Year's Eve special. It's still several hours off from New Year's for me. But a huge thank you to James, Ingolf, and Mo for helping ring in the new year the way I would love to do it, which is playing some role-playing games. Happy New Year, guys. What a wonderful...
Thank you.
Yeah. I hope you guys had a wonderful time spending the last hours of 2021 in the streets of Paridar. This mystery, the depths of the deep dark sea, we may have to find out what happens for our heroes at another time. For those listening at home, whether it's into the new year for you or it's pending, I wish you nothing but the best for New Year's Eve and the best start to the new year as you can. A huge thank you to not only for playing tonight, but James, Ingolf, and Mo. Thank you so much for joining me for so many great sessions throughout the year as well, too. 2021 was a rough year all around, but the time I got to spend at the table with you fine folks were definitely some of the bright spots of this year. I plan on spending the rest of my year relaxing and playing video games and eating bad food. So it's going to be a wonderful way to wrap up 2021 for everyone who's joined us as well, too. Thank you so much for joining us in the Spires of Paridar sessions and otherwise on the channel throughout the year. As with the treat of playing with such fine people, it's been such a great way to get to know some of the viewers through the comments, through the chat, through the Dungeon Musings Discord. So thank you so much for joining us on that. As is always the case, if you have any comments, questions, or concerns regarding the session, the campaign, or the game we're playing, please don't hesitate to leave a comment in the comment section down below, and I'll endeavor to reply in a timely fashion. Alternatively, you can find me on Twitter at Dungeon Musings, and you can find me by email. My email address is dungeonmusings@gmail.com, though I have been terrible at responding to those messages. In addition, you've got the link in the description of the video to the Dungeon Musings Discord server. We have channels dedicated to this game and then every other campaign we run on the channel, so you're welcome to join us over there. Last thing I will say is, once again, a huge thank you to James, Ingolf, and Mo for jumping in, a setting they knew nothing about, a game that is not necessarily everyone's first pick for games. Thank you so much for indulging me in this session, guys. A Happy New Year.
Thank you.
Until next time, for those listening at home, we hope we gave you a few hours to take your mind off the troubles of our world and think about the troubles that our illuminators have been getting up to in the streets of Paridar. And until we see you again, stay safe, stay healthy, happy gaming, and Happy New Year.